Start the timer. Start the timer, fellas. Nah, that's what. You ever been in one of those country rock shows? That's what one of my old band leaders used to say. Start the timer. We used to have this guitar player. When he would start soloing, he would never stop. So as soon as he, as soon as he starts soloing, they'd be like, "Start the timer, start the timer." Oh man, Reaper had an early chat. Shout out to him. He said, "Bro, I'm waiting for the breakdown." Oh, this is gonna be a show. This is gonna be an interesting show because this is what I do. Hold up first, because I already got the paperwork. I already downloaded the paperwork. People don't know who I am. I will read the paperwork. Faraji versus Fox. I got the paperwork. I downloaded it just in case that they decide to take it. They decided to take it down. But I got the paperwork right here. The full lawsuit, the transcripts. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So people don't people don't know. I got the full transcripts. And what stood out to me because people started posting pieces and bits from the transcripts on Twitter. The stuff that they said Joy Taylor was doing, that's what stood out to me. Forget the whole Skip Bayless offered me $1 million for like forget the hairdresser talking about Skip Bayless offering her $1 million to clap. The stuff that the hairdresser was saying that Joy Taylor was doing, I first of all I already knew she was kind of doing that. I kind of assumed that she was doing that. That's why she bought her titties in the first place. You know what I mean? Oh, did I reach the 2 minutes? Yeah, that's why she bought her implants in the first place so she can move her way up in the game. But she did a lot more than I thought. Like a lot, a lot more. And I already know ninjas on Twitter were crying. They were like, "She let Emmanuel Acho hit." Yes. I don't think she lying about that. I don't think the hairdresser's lying about that. But anyways, we will get into that. I already got that paperwork ready to go. But first of all, I want to give a shout out to uh uh Daphne, right? Celebrity. Whatever her intentions are, whatever her agenda is, I'm not sure because I don't really trust a whole lot of women that will say, "Oh, I'm pro this and I'm pro that." But her I guess her calling stage is queen of accountability, but it's not really just about sticking up for men. She's really more of a person that wants to help to be ally of black men specifically. You know what I mean? So she's more of the Corey Holcomb type, you know, you know what I mean? But I like what she does. She puts in real field work. You know, if it wasn't, she was one of the main ones, and uh, with the brick lady story, she was the one that really pushed the authorities to make sure that brick lady woman was held accountable. Now, a lot of these so-called, women in the male space that people like to hold up in the air, or the trad wives or the trad women that dudes like to hold up in the air, they don't be putting in no work. They just say what we want to hear, and then they just gain followers. But at least with celebrity, she be she be calling the police on my, she be calling the police on people. Like it'll be 304s on Facebook lying on dudes in public, and she will call like the sheriff like of that town and put the hoe on blast for lying. You know what I mean? Like that's real field work right there. How many 304? How many women will do that? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot of 304s would women would women 304s whatever would do that. So she puts in real field work. So I want to give her a shout out right here. And I like this post right here. So apparently, you know, Daphne, she be joining like these like women like Facebook groups, and she be putting like women on blast for talking crazy about men. So we have this one woman here. She goes, I think men fail to remember they aren't the prize and we are. I'm willing to argue. Then Daphne calls her out and puts her picture on full blast. Now, mind you, it'd be women like this that be talking the most about men and what men are not doing for them. And I'm telling you right now, it's always women built like this. The reason why you and your girl arguing all the time is because of women. you got the gay friends talking crazy, and then on top of that, you got women built like this, putting things in your girl's ear, talking nonsense. So shout out to Daphne for putting her and her build on blast, because it really be broads built like this a lot of the times, causing the chaos and the drama. So I want to give a shout out to Daphne for putting her on blast. But let me see here, because I do have the articles kind of ready. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I have the articles ready, but I want to make sure I get more people into the chat. I don't want to get straight into the story. You know what I mean? I want to make sure. First of all, I want to make sure my people are here though. That's why I always make sure all of my regulars are here first, or most of my regulars. And I know it's going to be tough because you got the Detroit Lions and the Vikings playing, and I will be having that in the background. I won't be distracted, obviously, by it, because it's not a big deal of a game to me, because it's just me. But so it is tough competing with Sunday night football. But I already know I had to cover this story when I saw the article headline of Skip Bayless accuser telling her she got offered 1.5 million just to get her cheeks clapped. I was like, nah, ain't no way, bro. But then I looked on Twitter and saw that Joy Taylor was a part of the paperwork. And not just Joy Taylor, you had Charlie Dixon, the executive, the vice president executive of Fox Sports, part of the paperwork. You're just like, oh man, this is a whole mess. I said Shannon Sharp left right on time. Shannon Sharp left right on time. Wow. Wow. Man, God has just been blessing him. He's not even named. Well, he's in the paperwork, but the only reason why Shannon Sharp is in the paperwork is because Faraji is going to allege that when Skip Bayless offered Faraji money to sleep with her, she says that Skip Bayless, she says that when she declined Skip automatically said, did Shannon already hit? Basically, that's the only reason why you're going to see Shannon in the paperwork, because Skip Bayless is going to accuse her of already smashing, sleeping with Shannon. That's why she don't want to be with Skip. So I'm like, so is that why Skip started being way more condescending at Shannon Sharp at the end, telling him to put your glasses back on because of a broad? Oh Lord, have mercy. Channels like mine is needed, man. channels like AJ and all these people, they're needed. Oh yeah, let me put that girl's picture back up. The girl that Daphne was roasting. Let me put that picture back up. The girl that Daphne was roasting. That was funny. Talking about, I think men fail to remember they aren't the prize and we are. I'm willing to argue. Talking about I'm willing to argue, but she looked like this. Please. Oh man. Let me read that comment from Truth Hunter, one of the regulars here. Right? He said she looks like she ate a prize or two. Facts. Miguel said, "Damn, I could just hit her up for a new tire that I needed." Well, yeah, that's the type of like she's the type that be causing mess in people's relationships. Meanwhile, she's messing with street ninjas and doing everything that the street ninja tells her to do. And then simultaneously, she's telling her girlfriends, "Oh, break up with your good man." That's the type right there. Oh yeah, Skip. And by the way, let's bring up Joy Taylor real quick. Her like Joy Taylor sleeping her way to the top. That's not a surprise to me because how she presented herself is all I needed to see. That's all I needed to see. The way, like anybody that watched Undisputed, like I watched Undisputed in the beginning when it when Skip first, it was Skip Shannon in 2016, right? September 2016 or August 2016. I was like, that was my freshman year in college. Cause I was wondering, yo, where did Skip Bayless go? Cause Skip and Stephen A. Smith didn't do First Take no more, and Skip was leaving ESPN. And then I found out he was doing a show on FS1 with Shannon Sharp called Undisputed. And then as soon as I saw Joy Taylor in the middle and how she was, and then I found out who she was related to, I was like, oh, she okay. Because there are plenty of more qualified moderators or better people that they could have put at the moderator chair, But we already know when it comes to the moderators and all that stuff, the female moderators, they just make sure they pick a pretty one, that can talk a little bit. But for the most part, the person that's going to be there is going to either be a relative of somebody or somebody that slept their way there, or both. A lot of the times it's both. And Joy Taylor is somebody I always suspected was doing both. That like I always suspected she was doing both. So her sleeping her way to the top. But once I show you these court documents of the hairdresser going into detail on how like blatant she was, I'm even gonna show you the lines where let me give you a sneak peek real quick. I'm gonna even later show you the line where Joy Taylor, no, what the hairdresser said that Joy Taylor told her that it's okay if I sleep with this executive. If things go wrong, I can just put a lawsuit on him. Yo, the game is cold, bro. And I've been telling people on this channel, we've been talking about this for years with those false allegations, the Me Too. And Joy Taylor is one of the biggest, effinists out there too. Calling men incels on Twitter and and all that nonsense. Women's rights this, I'm a black woman this. We have to fight this sleeping to the top stereotypes. This I keep telling you, like broads like that are so blatant, they be doing those exact same things that they and you first of all, you could see it. You could see that she slept her way to the top, or she's using her titties that she bought, or just her appearance to get to where she is. And then when you mention the obvious, they will act like you're a misogynist for pointing out the obvious. Oh man. Let me see. Shout out to Pyro for coming in. Pause. Pyro said, I'm rubbing one out tonight. He said, why this woman built like the Michelin Man? Yeah, that girl over there that Daphne was roasting. Yeah, she built crazy. Got the nerve to be a sports assistant, a sports coach. Man. But those type of women, they be talking the most ish, bro. Said look like she ate Frosty. Yeah, that tire company. That Michelin man. She definitely looks like the Michelin man. Look like she looks like she ate a huge Big Mac whole. Yep, the Michelin man. Yep. But yeah, oh yeah, when it comes to these moderators, they're just there for eye candy. That's all. They're just there for eye candy, right? Okay. So I see a lot of people in the chat so far. Should I do an introductory story before I get into that? Oh man. Let me see. Wait, hold on. I saw Pyro's comment. He said sports in eating. Turn my headphones up, said, Thou shalt not judge. Hey yo, man, that's funny though. Oh yeah, there's new trend on social media where this basically says we don't. It's like we don't something and we don't judge. It's like we hear it's a new trend on social media, on TikTok, on Facebook, where basically women get to say their stories from the past, and before they say the story, they say we listen and we don't judge. But yeah, because Joy Taylor, it's funny that it's Joy Taylor. It's always those women that are the loudest about this effing stuff and pro woman this, pro woman that, and they be the biggest thoughts. I will say this: people don't know this, and I don't want to say nothing because I don't want to say no names, but I think it would break a lot of black men's heart when they find out the amount of female black activists that sleep with older white men to get the money to promote themselves the way that they do. It would break the average black man's heart because I think they have no idea. I think the average black dude I would say the average pro black dude, they have no idea the amount of older white dudes that like you'll have female black activists, and I'm talking about young female black activists, the Issa Rays of the world, right? Um, well, Issa Rae, she's in TV and then she does that, but those type of chicks, once they find out who they date or who they married, the Malika Andrews, right? It's gonna confuse the average pro black. It'll break their heart. They're gonna be like, "How could you?" Anyways, let me do an introductory story though. Let me do an introductory story before we get into it. Let's do an introductory story. Because man, I got all these paperwork. Yo, man, I'm telling you, boy. Let me start off with a story that caught my eye this week, and I probably will do a show about it. it is it's kind of funny, but it's not. It's funny, but it's not funny. And I'll explain why when I show you the story via Twitter. Let me show you this, right? I might have to shoot. Am I gonna have to open up two tabs for this story? I might have to post two tabs for this story. Let me post two tabs for this because I save this specific story on Twitter. I, um, because I feel so bad for the guy that committed self deletion over this. I feel so bad for the guy. So this is the story right here via Colin Ruggs. Oh no, Colin Rugg, right? This woman, she kind of went viral, right? So this woman, she went viral for basically talking about her. She's saying that, oh, I'm about to be a single mom because I'm getting a divorce. And she was just talking about, and she was basically talking about, I'm about to get a divorce, but I don't know what to do. And it's an amicable divorce. And then she ends up getting deleted by the husband. Like how many days later? Like a week later. It was is like he committed self. He deleted her, and then he committed self deletion. Right. So right here, when I read the information, it says mother who praised her incredible ex-husband for how he was handling their divorce shot and deleted got shot and deleted by her ex-husband. Jennifer Sheffield was found deceased with a gunshot wound 2.5 weeks after the video below was shared. Jennifer and Brandon Sheffield were reportedly going through a divorce at the time of the incident. After taking Jennifer's life, the husband turned the gun on himself and took his own life. Their daughter was believed to be at home during the time of the incident. So, yeah, I'm going to play the video. This is the video that she played two weeks before her ex-husband ends up deleting her.
So, about to be a newly single mom, and I am in the middle of a divorce. My husband is being incredible though, like really and truly, like we're working together. Everything's great. We're splitting everything down the middle. Like everything is good. It is a very civil divorce with our daughter in mind, and I really appreciate that. However, I'm going to be a mom, single income right now, and he will be helping with her. He will be supporting her. So essentially, like I'm really thankful that for that, and that I will not have to worry so much about supporting her. However, I will be on a very limited income. With buying a new house and paying a mortgage and all that stuff. So I've never done this before. I've never been on my own before. So if you have any tips, saving money and making money, anything like that, like I would really appreciate it. Like coffee at home. I take caffeine pills. I do my own hair, nails, everything. Like I do all that. So yeah, if you just have any tips, like I would really appreciate it because like I'm a little scared right now.
People gonna be mad at me when I say this, but I really don't care. I really don't care. But good riddance. good riddance. Holy crap. Women like this are the worst. Women like that are like they are the worst. The worst. Those are the women that those are the women that turn men to our channel, actually. Women like that. People think it's just the outright skeezers and a 304. Nah, it's women like this. First of all, there's no such thing really as an amicable, divorce. Because everything that she just said, you know what I took from that? Because for her to be like so giddy about the divorce and how it's finalized, that showed that the courts basically granted her primary custody, but he still has to pay for most of her stuff. That's what I took from that video. He still has to pay alimony. He still has to pay child support, and he doesn't get and he doesn't even get primary custody. That's what I took from that video. And the reason why she got deleted, in my opinion, is I think the dude played it cool. He was just like he really looked at the paperwork, and he was like, "Man, I'm getting destroyed. I'm basically gonna lose. I'm losing most of my income. I got to pay for these lawyers and blah, blah, blah. And I don't even get to see my daughter the way that I want to." He snapped. And obviously on my channel, I don't advocate for violence, but hey, she got, I don't, she, hey, man, she doesn't know it because obviously, she's taking a nice long dirt nap, but she got what she was looking for without even knowing it. Miguel says, y'all doesn't, no, let me not read that. He said, funny that they let the feminists in for DEI at their jobs. Then they just turn around and accuse them of sexual harassment after 15 years of getting paid. Bro, Faraji is doing too much. These are facts. This is facts. That's what we're talking about, the Joy Taylor thing. But let's stick to this story. He said nobody thinks of the lost kids. Well, yeah, she barely mentions her kids in the divorce. Her daughter in the divorce. Because what a broad like this does. Hold on. Let me show y'all something. Let me show you more information. Right. So after like so 2.5 weeks later after posting that video, then husband wife killed in self deletion slash whatever. I can't say those words. Had started process of divorce, friend says. So the divorce wasn't even finalized. It was just the process of the divorce. Oh man, I bet you them lawyers basically gave the husband, he's like, you don't even understand what's about to happen to you, bro. And for her to be just so giddy about the divorce and the separation of the family, like women like that are evil, dog. They don't get the like women like this don't get the reputation of being evil, but a woman like that is evil, dog. Like straight evil. Because the way all the hold on first, because let me show y'all something. I might and let me I'll do a little analyst of the video pause in a little while. So this is obviously a picture of the couple, during happier times. And I bet, how much money do you want to bet he paid? Because when I looked at that picture, this picture and other pictures of them, I'm like, I bet you this dude paid for everything, dog. How much money you want to bet? Like he was one of those dudes that would pay for everything, and he, took pride. He was like the ultimate, trad dad per se. You know what I mean? Takes care of everything, a responsible man, the pillar of the community. He's one of those type dudes. It really takes pride in, I have a daughter, I'm gonna raise her right. And then they end up with a broad like this that be playing chameleon, and then when she's not happy, because notice she couldn't even come up with a complaint about him. Notice she didn't say he was a cheater. He didn't say he was abused. This guy was the perfect guy. Trust me. I already know he was doing everything. But because I just want to move on and I'm not happy anymore, let me split the family apart. Just because. Just because. So Miguel says she has too much pride. Grass is greener. My life is a wreck, but here I am smiling, so excited to have ruined my kid's future and being a new hoe. Exactly. That's what I took that at. I don't know. She met somebody at her little job that she decided to take on. Cause she kind of reminds me of one of those broads that even though she's having everything taken care of, she gets like one of those little jobs at like Best Buy or something. And use it and she uses it as an excuse so she doesn't take responsibility of the daughter that they created together. She rubs me off as the type of woman to do something like that. You know bras like that where basically they are like, she really doesn't need to do the job. It's actually a net negative for her to have a little job like that because she needs somebody to pick her up anyways, or she's using a family car, taking up more gas to earn 15 an hour, 14 an hour. We're just no disrespect, but if you already have somebody at home that's taking care of everything like that as a husband, your best bet is to take a job that actually revolves around you where you can still be primarily taking care of your daughter. But she rubs me off as a type to just take a little extra job just to use it as an excuse to not take care of her daughter. That's my opinion of her, because I know women like that. There's a lot of women like that. Anyways, He said, I'm betting both were influenced by their moms too much. No father figure. No, it's simply just she's a hoe. I keep like this thing, you know, I know we like to say, oh, she don't got a dad in her life. No, 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 no. You need to look at the mom because just her having a dad in her life is not enough. That's my opinion. It's obviously it's part of it, but you need to look at the mom. Whatever girl that you want to take seriously, you need to look at what kind of mom she has. Because truth under you basically said it right. I'm betting both were influenced by their moms too much. Exactly. With the husband and the wife. Because a lot of dudes have been raised like simps. So where basically you'll have the boy, he'll ask the mom, "What? I'm I'm trying to find a girl. What are girls looking for?" The moms, they usually lie to their sons at like a certain age, and then those sons become very idealistic in their ways of thinking of what women really want, but they end up realizing that they ruined their sons and they made their sons to become simps. Now, for the moms or women, we already know what moms teach their daughters for the most part, particularly when it comes to American moms. American moms teach their daughters just do what's best for you at all times. That's how the aunts that's what the aunts tell their nieces, that's what the grandmothers tell their daughters, their granddaughters, do what's best for you. And I'm talking about they could literally have a whole husband at home and all that. They will tell their daughters and granddaughters, do what's best for you. That's why I always say you need to check when it comes to women, you need to check what kind of mom she got. Is her mom divorced? Because we already had the statistics showing if you're dealing with a woman and she already if her mom divorced her dad, it's like 70 to 80 or 90% likely. It's like 70 to 90% likely is gonna happen to you. You know, if her mom's a hoe, she's gonna be a hoe. We don't have daddy issues in America. We have mommy issues. It's just that we like to say daddy issues. But if the dad is allegedly not there, so to speak, right? That we always accuse the dads of not being. How is it always the dad's fault if he's not there? No, 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 no. If the moms are doing the primary raising, that means it's their fault. What single dad do you know is allowed to blame the deadbeat mom for why their child isn't a success in life? Hold on for a sec. Got the North Face Perfect Life wood shot. We go hiking for a quarter mile. Tee hee. I know what you mean with that voice. Tee hee. Yeah, that's the type of broad bragging about their family life just to look good on Facebook. That's the type of broad you got to watch out for. She probably just got pregnant just because her friends got pregnant. She got a husband just because her friends got a husband. You got to, man, a lot of, man, boy. Anyways. Let's see. Brandon Lee Sheffield, born on September 22nd, 1984, in Mobile, Alabama, passed away on December 27, 2024, in Brandon, Mississippi. He was a devoted father who cherished his daughters, Kylie and Gracie, as they were truly his world. Brandon spent countless moments enjoying life with his family, which brought him immense happiness. He is survived by his mother, Donna Sheffield, and brother, Brian Sheffield. Brandon also held a special bond with his niece, Brenna Sheffield, and his nephews Michael and Braxton Sheffield. His connections with family and friends were deep, and he was known for being a great brother, uncle, and friend. I know guys like that. I know guys like that. A lot of the times they end up with the most obnoxious, entitled brats of wives. And like I said, like because guys like that get easily tricked by women like this. They get ran through in college, and then when they're done getting ran through in college, Then they want to put on an act so they can attract a quote unquote provider. Man, but you know, hold on for a sec. Let's play the video again. And I just want to show you the things that people might have missed because I know the keywords because there's too many women like this I know. In real life, there's too many women like this I know. Anyways, let's play it again.
So, about to be a newly single mom. And
So for
I am in the middle of a divorce.
So just off rip, her saying it like that with glee, I already know she was the problem. I already know she's the problem. And besides, even talking about this kind of business for the public to know, I already know she's the problem. I already know. There's no way she's not the problem.
My husband is being incredible though. Like really and truly, like we're working together. Everything's great. We're splitting everything down the middle. Like, everything is good. It is a very civil divorce.
Now, when she's saying it like this, you know what that means? That means the lawyers are straight up grilling him into submission. When I heard her say that, I was like, oh, them lawyers are or the lawyer he got or the lawyer that he hired for her, they're grilling him into submission that so much to the point where he's just whatever. And that's what happens to a lot of dudes, especially a lot of Caucasian dudes in the suburbs. They're not even allowed to talk about their divorce in public because their wife or their ex-wives will put gag orders on them. Straight up. That's why like a lot of dudes they're always like blindsided on how marriage really is because their dads, their uncles, like they don't realize how cold-blooded their aunts, their moms, their grandmas, you know what I mean? They don't realize how cold-blooded they are with these gag orders, with these restraining orders. That's why you always hear in the suburb, happy wife, happy life. You gotta learn how to say yes, dear. They'll tell you this, and I'll be like, "There's no way. That don't sound like a life." But this is why they say that. But look how she's disguising the cold bloodedness of her actions with colorful, uh, with colorful terms. You know what I mean?
With our daughter in mind, and I really appreciate that. However, I'm going to be a mom, single income right now, and he will be helping with her. He will be supporting her.
Meaning he will be paying ridiculous amount of child support. He will still be paying alimony, but I'm still having primary custody because notice she says I'm going to be a single mom. While at the same breath talking about, oh, he's incredible. He's going to be still providing for her, meaning he's still going to be paying more, most of the expensive, as if they were still married, but he will not be allowed to see her without my permission. Do you see how evil that is? Do you see how evil the sinisterness? I don't know if that's a word. the sinisterness of this. People don't, man. This is what like women like that, like especially when I was growing up, I never got along with women like that because I could see like the cold bloodedness behind people like this, man. How they disguise the evil that they do with different types of words. Oh, truth on it, you're right. He said, I'm not taking your bet. She looks cheap. Facts. You already know she's expensive as hell. What? Women like that? Oh, that's please. People don't even know the beginning of it. People don't even know the beginning. Shout out to OJ Desire. Ooh, Miguel, you're right. That is true. He said, this whole video sounds like a low key way of saying, guys, send your DMs. Let's see if you have what it takes to take care of me. And also, let's add to that, because she has a social media, she even before she made the video, she's already getting DMs. And not only that, whatever little job or whatever little side gig she has, she's probably already was already cheating with another dude. Yeah, she's definitely cheated on her husband. I can I am 90% sure she there's another dude in the picture. I'm 90% sure there's a dude in the picture. Especially like you'll hear dudes talking about, man, like my wife was one way, and then all of a sudden she just started changing up, started complaining about stuff. When you see stuff like that, that means another dude is in the picture. And I'm talking about the dude could be broke too, but because he's there and he's offering the 20% or the 10% that you're missing, she's gonna start she's gonna start having doubts. Man, I am 90% sure, because there might be a chance that I'm wrong, but I am 90% sure there is another man in the background with this situation. I am 90% sure, because she has no complaints. And if it's not a man, it's really just the social media blowing her head up, thinking that she has these options, but she doesn't. I don't know. Since Pyro's in the chat, I used to do, because it used to be like only me and Pyro and probably one other person when I would do these live streams back then. But Pyro can tell you, I used to do these live streams where I would analyze women's, IG models' Instagram, right? And their page and their TikTok page. And I would explain the science behind women's, brain, how they look at their followers that they have as currency. So if she has 500,000 followers, she thinks she deserves a millionaire. People might think it's crazy, but trust me on this. I used to literally analyze these people's follow and show you like how even a country five, like on a scale, like this is a mid girl, like this is a five. This is a five, right? This woman is a five, six, either a five or a six. I would say she's a five. People would say maybe, white dudes would say she's an adjustable six. I would say this is a five. But the social media, the filters, the makeup, she thinks she's way higher than a five because she's skinny and she's not fat. And we already know the bar is really low in terms of attractiveness, especially if you are a Caucasian. If you like, first of all, if you are a Caucasian woman, you're the most picked woman. So that's already off rip. And then on top of that, if you're skinny, if you look relatively presentable, not attractive, if you look relatively presentable and relatively young looking, you're going to have options. And you're not fat, you're going to have options as a Caucasian woman. It might not be what you want, but you will have options. So women like that, they think their value is like up here. Then on top of that, you throw social media in the mix. She's probably never had anybody tell her no in her life. And people be like, what? A country five like her? And mind you, remember, what they say that she live in? They say that she live in Alabama, right? Alabama or Mississippi. She's probably like a 7 or an 8 in Mississippi. I'm like, they're saying Alabama. She's from Mobile, Alabama, or Mississippi, and or the dudes from Mississippi. He probably saw her and was like, "This is love at first sight. I gotta have her." You know. Truth Hunter said the videos was a double purpose. F with X to mess with the X-Men and telling people those legs are open, come right in. Facts. That is true. That is so yeah, you guys are basically right in terms of yeah, you guys might be just fully right on that. On just it's more of a hey, I'm open. DMs are open. Yeah, because this just reminded me of a situation of a really cold, like looking woman that me and the musicians we were talking about this broad where out of nowhere I'm divorced. She just goes, this is a black woman, mind you. I'm divorced, and it was basically we could tell it was just like DMs are open when she said it. Difference between a black woman and white woman. I always say this: black women they have no tact. White women they have tact. Let me see. Miguel says strike one, woman driving. Strike two, no hands on the wheel while she's talking. Strike three, paying attention to her phone camera while driving. Yep. Oh, Skip Tio said, I don't want to hear this. I wanted to hear about Joy Taylor. Hey man, I know I know it's unrelated, but once we go over the paperwork, everything that we do is related here. Trust me. It's even though I don't even see the relation yet, but trust me, everything is related. But after going over this, I will go into the story though. So I do apologize for that. But I gotta show you these kind of things. I gotta show you these kind of things, man. These things are important. Trust me. You might not appreciate me now for showing these stories, but trust me, you go need these man, these simp ninjas, they need me, bro. to put this to put this gospel out here. This is technically more important than the Joy Taylor stuff because all I could tell, all I would have to do is just tell the average dude stop messing with the help at work. But people are not going to listen to me on that. But we will go over the transcripts. Yeah, no problem. No problem. No problem. He said, name checks out. Skip want to know about Skip. Well, yeah, we'll go over that. We'll go over that. But let me finish that the video one more time.
So essentially, like, I'm really thankful for that, and that I will not have to worry so much about supporting her. However, I will be on a very limited income.
But yeah, you guys are right. This is more of a DMs are open type video. But amongst that coded language, you can already tell when she's saying, "Oh, this is amicable," basically meaning everything is going my way. The lawyers are grilling the husband into submission. He can't do nothing. I'm available, but I got kids who's finna step up. You guys are right. You guys are right.
With buying a new house and paying mortgage and all that stuff. So
and right there, she's also asking. You guys are also right on this. She is simultaneously asking, "Who's gonna be the next sucker to pay for everything like my ex-husband did?" And her confidence, the way that she's so confident about it, if she was alive, she probably would have been able to get it too. Believe it or not.
Done this before. I've never been on my own before. So if you have any tips, saving money.
So yeah, right there, right when I said it. Let's listen to what she said again.
Any tips, saving money, making money, anything. So I've never done this before. I've never been on my own before. So if you have any tips.
She said, I've never done this before. I've never been on my own before. I keep telling you, she's never heard the word no in her life. She's had everything taken care for her whole life. I keep telling you, especially she lives in Alabama, and the husband's from Mississippi. If I remember correctly, she's in Alabama, Mississippi. She's a she's a 8 in Alabama. A girl like that is an 8 in Alabama.
Saving money and making money, anything like that, like I would really appreciate it. Like, coffee at home, I take caffeine pills, I do my own hair, nails, everything. Like I do all that. So yeah, if you just have any tips, like I would really appreciate it. Because like
stupid broad. But anyway, like I said, good riddance. I'm sad that the husband deleted himself. He did not have to do that. It's much. Never mind. Let me stop. Let me stop. People gonna think I'm advocating for nonsense like this. But yeah, like when you see this picture, she probably thinks she's an 8 or not. No, she probably thinks she's a 9 because in Mississippi or Alabama, she's a 9. Let me see. Alabama. Okay, so they said so they live in Mississippi. Oh, even worse. So let me see. So it looks like she's from Mississippi actually, or she lives in Mississippi, right? So she probably thinks she's hot-ish, even though if she lived in Connecticut, this would be like the average 5. Like this is like in Connecticut, she a 5. No disrespect. No disrespect. How about this? In New York, in New York City, she's a 5. Probably a probably even a 4 or 3 in New York. No disrespect. But in Mississippi, in Alabama, what? But guys, man, please please watch out for broads like this, man. Because I promise you, she was telling him everything that he wanted to hear. She probably met him, around, that age, 28, 27, 26. He probably thought he found the jackpot. He hit the jackpot. This girl is different. You don't know. She's different from the rest. And he was you can tell why by his reaction, by the crime, he was blindsided. Mm-hmm. Let's check out any last comments. Let's check any last comments. Pyro said, Chris, did you see that Passport Joe who got played by that Filipino? I think you know that I don't know. Oh, I already showed it in the last live stream. And I did a whole PSA, which I probably should have put I should have made that a short, but the PSA should have been obvious. If you are a passport, bro, you need to live at that country where you're trying to get the women. You're not supposed to bring them back. That's the whole point. You're not supposed to bring them back to America. Like that's the last thing you're supposed to do. But he clearly didn't get the memo. Plus, he needs to understand what role he's playing. The man's 59, the woman was 28. Like, it's not it's not love. That's not love. She's looking for a sponsor. And you sponsor her, and you take advantage of your sponsorship since you're paying for everything. If you really want it to be traditional, you need to be in a traditional country. America is not no traditional country. You can't bring a quote unquote traditional woman to a non-traditional country and think she's going to stay traditional. That's you're fooling yourself. It's dudes with money, like dudes with muscles and all this stuff. He said the ums are turning me off. Yeah, when she speaks, she turns me off. Like women like that, it's not that I'm not attracted. It's just a woman like that, you know the end game. You know the end game with a woman like that. Skip Tio says you think you would think Joy won't be on the Tomorrow Show, right? I don't know. I don't because Emmanuel Acho, because in the paperwork, they said that Joy Taylor was sleeping with Emmanuel Acho. It was interesting because the theme of that paperwork was showing that Joy Taylor is willing to sleep with any man with power, any man with potential to be the person with clout. That's why she was able to get her own show. you know. Ooh, so Miguel is gonna say some personal stuff. So right here, Miguel says that's the damn truth. Learned that on my first wife from St. Lucia. Mom taught her to cook every day, come to America, and want takeout. When I finish work every day, nah, bye, Shirkima. That's what happens. You bring them over here. The only way you can have a sense of or a semblance of traditionalism is if you find a woman that had parents that were not born in America, right? So like they live in America, but their parents weren't born in America, right? So they might have some kind of something passed down, something traditional passed down, something a legacy wise, right? I don't like using that term, but something that you could be like, okay, this is a respectable woman. You know what I mean? But just the an American woman raised by the average American woman, good luck with that. Good luck with that. He said Keyshawn and Paul Pierce must have too. Well, we'll see with the paperwork. We'll see with the paperwork because I got Skip to you. Let me show you something. I got the full paperwork right here. Now, obviously, I'm not going to read the 42 pages because most of the lawsuit is because of wages lost. So I'm only going to read the Skip Bayless and the Joy Taylor part and the Charlie Dixon part, which is not 42 pages. But this is the stuff that we got to get into, right? So these are the paperwork I'm going to read. But let's read the article first describing the situation. Skip Bayless, Joy Taylor, and a Fox executive named in workplace misconduct lawsuit. The lawsuit alleges Bayless made unwanted sexual advancements towards the employee, including offering her $1.5 million for sex. Now, when I saw that headline on the Daily Mail, I was like, that's cap, right? And that could be cap, but this is what I tell you what women do. They will disguise a lie by putting a whole lot of truth behind the lie. So they will do something like this, right? They'll they'll probably put other people's business on blast, right? To disguise the lie. So you're gonna see in the I don't know what they call it, the affidavit, right? You're gonna see her put a whole lot of people's business on blast. And what you got to understand, this is a hairdresser. This is a former hairdresser, a hairstylist. And anybody that's been in the streets, people that have normal lives, I hope you guys understand hairdressers and hairstylists, they have all the tea, all the gossip, all the dirt. They know who's cheating, they know who's not cheating. Yo, they know all your girls' dirt. So usually that relationship between a hairstylist and like the girl and the hairstylist is usually sacred. That's why like you'll see like it's always like a major fallout if like a hairstylist and the girl fall out. Like it's like a major fallout where it's like a lot of collateral damage is involved because the hairstylist usually knows all the dirt, knows all the tea. Trust me. trust me on that one. Trust me on that one. If you got a girl that you be standing to the stylist, you don't like you might have to pay her to be like, well, okay, what do you know about my girl? What do you know about my wife? So this is where this is gonna get messy because hairdressers and hairstylists, they know all the dirt. They know all y'all people's dirt out there. They know who be escorting on the side. They know whose marriages are intact. They know whose marriages are not intact. Right? This is gonna get messy. This is gonna be messy. Oh, right here. So Skip Tio said, I was wondering when Fox revamped their schedule, they gave both Acho and Taylor their own show. Now, When I saw Taylor got her own show, I'm like, oh, she finally paid her dues, if you know what I mean. I was like, oh, she finally paid her dues. She finally paid her dues. Here we go. that's how the industry works. You know, that's how they work. That's how it works. He said they wanted to separate them, but I think with Acho and Taylor, I think because Acho's a goofy dude. That's why all the regular like FBAs, black dudes, they were so shocked. They're like, Taylor slept with Acho. And I'm like, yeah, because Acho had clout and he was gonna have his own show. You know what I mean? So, and he was always gonna like they're gonna push Acho more than they would LaShawn McCoy. No disrespect, because that's what the producers, they want Acho, not a LaShawn McCoy type, right? So because he was gonna have his own show anyways, with or without Joy Taylor slept with him. But I hope Emmanuel Acho wasn't stupid enough in terms of falling in love with a broad like that, and then being shocked when he found out that she's also slept with the executive and also tried to sleep with uh, Skip. Because in the affidavit, the hairdresser is going to reveal that Joy Taylor basically tried to offer it up to Skip, and Skip was like, no, right? Because Skip probably already knew that Joy Taylor gave it up to the producer, to the executive, to the vice president. Pete says Skip must be eating Viagra like candy. He says Skip got to be like 80 years old. Yeah, he old. He's old. He said, "Oh, I was so confused because she looks just like Rachel Nichols." Oh, because you said the redhead, so you thought it was her. Well, Rachel Nichols, she definitely done slept with athletes. That's not a. That's not even. I'm 90% sure she's definitely slept her way in terms, but like I don't think Rachel Nichols was sleeping with executives. She was sleeping with athletes. she she the type. She was sleeping with athletes. Joy Taylor, she down with whatever, in my opinion. She the type, the ones that you be seeing the loudest about women's rights this and feminist that and black women rights this, they be down for whatever behind closed doors, sleeping their way to the top with whoever. So with Joy Taylor's athletes and executives and whoever, or who basically whoever has the most clout, she's gonna try to see if she can get in their good graces. And she's going to use her sexuality first to get what she wants. You know? Truth Hunter says, yeah, one friend found out his ex was cheating because his ex got into a fight with her stylist. Yeah, people don't know. Yeah. The stylist, the hairstylist, the hairdresser, they got all the dirt. They got all, I'm talking about, they have all the gossip. People think it's these therapists that have all the dirt. No, it's the hairstylist, man. That's why I really was like, my eyes locked into this story, because obviously she's probably gonna cap a little bit, and because we're just so used to like women lying in these lawsuits. But I'm like, this is a hairdresser. They be knowing stuff that they not supposed to be knowing, but you know. So Pete German says everybody knows Stephen A. clapping Molly cheeks too. Facts. And I hate it, like, you'll be at work and you all know that like that one work couple, and everybody knows they clap in the cheeks, but they will gaslight you into acting like we don't see what we see, but it's clear that they're sleeping with each other. I hate that. Then like a fight will happen, somebody gets fired or whatever, or it's like something messy happens, and then everything gets revealed, and then they don't even apologize. They just act like it was just an inconvenience. He said waiting for Molly lawsuit on Stephen A. Smith. Yep. Could happen. Could happen. It could happen. Definitely a risk. Definitely a risk. Rolando G says, "Wow, so Joy Taylor, fella, stop liking these bras, man. She a looker, but man, I'm just disappointed that these ladies even have these jobs." And Blake Lively. Well, but Blake, well, she hustled the game real easy. Like she got into the game with um what's it? Was she going out with Leonardo DiCaprio at one point, and then she fell out of Leonardo's age range, and then what's his name picked her up? Brian Reynolds, Mr. Deadpool. But hold on, let me bring up a picture of Joy Taylor real quick. Let me bring up a picture of her because let me do it because I'm gonna have to use her picture to bring a point home because Joy Taylor used her sexuality primarily to get what she wanted. So this picture right here, that's the like it's the caption that I made um for this video, obviously. But what people don't understand, and you could just see like she, she got her whole breasts, breastises exposed basically to the game. But what people don't understand on Undisputed, right? On Colin Cowherd's show as a host, as one of the as Colin's female co-host. That's how she dressed basically every most shows. That's how she was dressing. Most shows, that's how she was dressing, man. Hold on, let me. Hold on, why I'm looking at the bars right now. As soon as I showed Joy, the wife, the internet started acting funky. As soon as I showed Joy, the internet broke. That's crazy. And I've been having my live stream's been straight ever since I had StreamYard, but that's the first time I've seen that. One of the first times I've seen that. Let me turn off my PlayStation. My bad, guys. But anyways, this is how she would dress most shows, dog. And I'm not being over exaggerating. When I used to watch like Undisputed like every day. I watched like Undisputed like every week up until Shannon Sharp left the show. When Shannon Sharp left the show and Skip tried to do it with Paul Pierce and Michael Irvin, I didn't watch it no more. I used to watch Undisputed with Shannon Sharp and Skip Bayless literally every week. But when Joy Taylor was on the show as the moderator, she would dress like this basically most shows. So much so, but she would dress like this so much so that it was like people didn't even know. Like people don't understand those are fake. Like her, her breasts, they're fake. Uh, because I've seen pictures of her from like when she was like younger. She did not have those in her 20s. She did not have those in her early 20s. She got those implanted. Rolando G said, "My thing is, why do they front though? That's what I'm saying. They cry harassment or toxic. Well, that's their that's their kind of their self-defense mechanism. So shame, insults, right? What did Kevin Samuels says? Sign language. That's that's one of their primary like plays, along with plausible deniability. You know what I mean? So, oh, what do you? So like you'll point out the obvious, and then they'll call you a pervert for pointing out the obvious. So we got to act like it's something else, but it's pretty simple what it is. So of course they're gonna act like it's not that, but it is that. That's all. That's women have a very limited playbook, and once people start noticing that, like even like Like even my cousin, unfortunately, because I'll be on the show, right? And you'd have these broads come on the show. I don't even think the hoes, they don't even want to go come on the show no more. Outside of two or three of them, outside of three of them. One's an escort, right? One is one of his side chicks, and the other one is a female artist that's also cool with me. So she wouldn't mind doing a show with me because we know each other, right? But they know that it's I'm gonna call Cap when I hear Cap. You know what I mean? So it's once women have a very limited playbook, but once they find out you know what it is, they're not gonna say, "Oh, you got me right, you got me right." No, they're just gonna find another sucker that's gonna believe their sob story. That's it. That's it. That's it. They're just gonna find another sucker that's gonna look at the last story we just did, right? With this woman. Her playbook is very limited, but she's gonna do is what she was trying to do, have her DMs open and find a sucker that was gonna take care of her everything. And she used the same language that women be using. I'm a newly single mom. I don't know what to do. I've never taken care of myself before. I'm just this little old girl that's just been divorced. It's the same playbook. The playbook is very, trust me. It's a very limited playbook. But anyways, let's take her off the page real quick. And let's dive into the article real quick, and then we'll dive into the paperwork. Fox Sports executive vice president Charlie Dixon, the former FS1 host Skip Bayless, and current FS1 host Joy Taylor have all been named in a workplace misconduct lawsuit filed by a former Fox Sports hairstylist, Noushin Faraji. The lawsuit was first reported by AJ Perez and Michael McCarthy of Front Office Sports. Faraji alleges a workplace environment rife with misconduct, including incidents that were sexual in nature. And most of these incidents that were sexual in nature, Joy Taylor was central in it once you look at the paperwork. Of the allegations, Faraji details years of sexual harassment from former undisputed host Skip Bayless, who at one point propositioned her for sex by offering her $1.5 million. Faraji also claims that Skip Bayless would give lingering hugs and kisses on the cheek while putting his body against hers and pressing against her breasts. Well, I don't know about this. This might be exaggerated. This might be exaggerated. She goes, additionally, the lawsuit claims Bayless accused Faraji of having sexual relations with his former co-host, Shannon Sharp. So this is the part when I say Shannon Sharp was only named because apparently when she turned down Skip Bayless, Skip Bayless was like, "Oh, but you was messing with my boy Shannon. What, you think I'm not good enough?" That's kind of funny when you think about it. Anyways, reading from the article again, such unwanted advancements by Bayless went so far. Faraji told the FS1 host she was suffering from ovarian cancer in an effort to stop further incidents. The F? Faraji also alleged that Fox Sports executive Charlie Dixon once grabbed her buttocks during a birthday party both were attending. When she later detailed the encounter to Joy Taylor, the Speak host allegedly told her to get over it. Yo. Let me read this one more time. Let me read this paragraph one more time. I don't think you guys caught that. Mrs. Feminist, Mrs. Feminism herself. Oh shoot, isn't that crazy? Faraji. So let me read this paragraph one more time. It says Faraji also alleges that Fox Sports executive Charlie Dixon once grabbed her buttocks during a birthday party both were attending. When she later detailed the encounter to Joy Taylor, she allegedly told her to get over it. Yo, that's crazy work. That's crazy work. Mrs. Feminism herself, Mrs. Mrs. Woman Empowerment herself told her hairstylist girl she gets groped by an executive. She told her get over it. Now, I don't think she's lying about that. I don't think she's lying about this. And plus, you gotta take into account this is a hairstylist. This is a hairstylist. This is a hairdresser. They be having the tea. They be having the dirt. Says some of Faraji's allegations suggest she was discriminated against based on her Muslim faith. So she goes, during one incident detailed in the lawsuit, Faraji claims she met one of Bayless' advances by saying, Skip, stop, you have a wife. Bayless then responded, aren't you Muslim? Doesn't your dad have 3 to 4 wives? Okay. Okay. So yeah, all this stuff, we're gonna go over this stuff in the paperwork. Yeah, it looks like they're doing all the paperwork stuff right there for me. So let me not do that. We got the paperwork right here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got the paperwork right here. This is the stuff most people don't do. We actually go through the actual paperwork, the evidence. Yes, sir. Let's go through the comments real quick, see what I missed. Skip Tio said, Uncasters comment on this on Nightcap, but doubt it. He probably smashed Joy Taylor, though. The hairdresser probably doesn't know about that, but I don't know. But it looks like Shannon got himself out of there right on time. Oh, right there. So Skip TL said, I don't see how Joy's denying this. Acho deleting an old tweet of praising Joy confirmed it. Yes, I saw that tweet. And yes, he did delete the tweet. Skip T.O. is right. I saw that earlier today. He deleted the tweet where he was praising Joy Taylor. and from the looks of it, it looked like he came fresh from sleeping with Joy Taylor too. That was the funny part. That dude was doing that video in his car, Derek Jackson style. Talking about Joy Taylor is an awesome friend. I just saw her. You got to understand she's a black woman and understand she's also you got to see. I don't know if I might pull up the video later on, but it was a funny video. That was funny. She's a black woman also in the industry where the notion is women are sleeping their way to the top. Do you know what she has to deal with? Oh yeah, of course she wants a payday, yes. But like I said, she's a hairdresser. She's a hairdresser. And Truth Hunter says right here, he says payday and more attention. She isn't getting younger, and the wall is constantly damaging her. Yep, this is true. This is true. And the older she gets, the more like she's willing to spill the tea. Yo, facts. Throughout the whole video, he was sniffing his finger. He's not Skip Teal's not lying about that. I watched that video. That was diabolical. I don't know where that came from. Let's see, I got my phone. Why is my phone on? Why is my phone on, anyways? I had my phone all the way on. I forgot to turn it off. Usually during my gigs, I'll have like the song list on my phone, so I'd have my phone sometimes turned to like don't turn off stupidly, and I forgot to put that setting back off. Anyways, TMI. So yeah, you know what she has to deal with. Me, of course. But anyways, let's go through the paperwork. Let's go through the paperwork. I don't know. Should I show it like this, the paperwork like this, or should I show it the downloaded version, the way I have it like that? It might be easier to see it via this way since it's on the website. Let's do it like that. Since you guys can see, it looks like you guys can see the paperwork better like this. Okay. Skip through the boring stuff because I already read all the boring stuff. But yeah, Fox Sports is being held liable. Got the class action complaint, failure to pay minimum wages, failure to pay overtime wages, failure to reimburse business expenses, failure to pay all wages upon separation, failure to furnish accurate itemized wage statements, unfair or lawful or fraudulent business practices. So this is the thing right here. Most of these things are just is money related. So that's really what it is, and she's bitter about that. So now she's going to reveal the tea on how the work environment was. And that's the thing too, when you are working in the industry, right? At one point, at one low point, I was about to mess with this girl, this makeup artist. I don't want to say her name, but she works in the industry. I was about to be with her, but she was in a relationship already, and the dude that she was in a relationship with was in the military. And but she was pretty. I'm talking about really pretty, really pretty. And I was about to pull it, but I was like, I'm not gonna do that. And I ended up I ended up blocking her. I was like, nah, I'm not even gonna tempt myself. I'm just gonna block. I'm just gonna block. And thankfully I did that because I don't want her to come back later on later on in life. Start talking about my mess. Individual complaints, sexual battery, hostile work environment. Oh, sex, gender related, race and national, basically racism, hostile work environment, disability, failure to prevent harassment, negligent supervision, hiring and retention, retaliation, wrongful termination. Yeah, that's the thing. When you're, this is why Hollywood and these industry people, they try to really vet people that come in. And I can tell Faraji was a DEI type hire for the hairdresser role. They just gave her that role because they kind of liked her. But the problem is when you have these people that are from the outside, if they feel wrong, they're gonna turn. They're gonna turn on the company that hired them. This is why Hollywood and all these people, they tend to keep it close, tight knit. You know what I mean? All right, we're not gonna read that. Do they have the defendants listed for me? Oh, all right here, I think. So yeah, they got all the corporations listed as defendants: Fox Sports, Fox, Charlie. Then they got Charlie Dixon, uh, Skip Bayless, and Joy Taylor as the other three main defendants, right? So they obviously have, Fox in general as one of the defendants, Fox Sports, FS1 and FS2, LLC, right? And then you got Charlie Dixon, the Fox, the Fox Sports executive. You got Skip Bayless, the former undisputed show host, and you have Joy Taylor, the current a woman that has a show on FS1 currently as we speak, and on FS2 if I'm not mistaken. Okay, let's read the stories though. Let's go straight into the stories to save time because I already listed the defendants. Defendants. So yeah, it's gonna obviously focus on Skip Bayless, Joy Taylor, and Charlie Dixon. Oh, they got her background. Ooh, they got her background. This is beautiful. Miss Faraji, so right here, a factual background. Miss Faraji is hired to work at Fox. In 2003, Miss Faraji began to work at Jose Eber Hair Salon, a sophisticated salon providing cutting edge blah, 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 blah. Around 2010, Miss Faraji was introduced by a coworker at the salon to Gail Berman, the former president of entertainment for Fox Broadcasting Company, and Dana Walden, the former CEO of Fox Television Group. Shortly thereafter, Miss Faraji began accompanying the co-worker to do Miss Walden and Miss Berman's hair at their homes and on the premises of Fox. Over time, as Miss Faraji's co-worker became busy with other clients, he sent Miss Faraji on her own to do their hair at their home and on the premises of Fox. In approximately 2012, a makeup stylist who would do Miss Walden or Miss Berman's makeup when Miss Faraji worked on their hair recommended Miss Faraji for a position at Fox. Fox then hired Miss Faraji as a part-time employer. Okay, when hired, Miss Faraji was asked to bring her own tools for her work. She would later discover that all her coworkers received a kit fee for bringing their own tools. However, she herself would not receive a kit fee until 2019, approximately 7 years after she started working at Fox. Uh-oh. In addition, while Miss Faraji was a hairstylist, her supervisor, Gina Peretti, also required that she do the job duties of a barber. When Miss Faraji complained to her union, they told her that while cutting hair was not in her contract, Miss Peretti was known to be difficult and it was best to just comply with her requests. Yep, this is all about payment. Guys, she might not be lying about the Skip Bayless stuff. Now I'm looking at this stuff. Because they're already doing her dirty. Because I know what they be doing, like in these industries like that, they be doing stuff like they bring you to do one little thing, and because you're working at a big corporation like Fox, they just think they can just tell you just to do whatever, and they don't realize there's a lot of people that will work in positions like that, but they're holding grudges over stuff like that. Yeah, it looks like yeah they did her dirty. They did her dirty, and it looks like it's revenge. It's revenge. This was a diversity hire that they thought they can just kind of do her dirty, and now she's turning the tides. That's what it's looking like to me so far. That's what it's looking like to me so far. Right here, let's focus on Mr. Dixon and Joy Taylor. So yeah, it says well, let me before I even get into that, it says right here. Throughout her tenure, Miss Faraji both styled and cut hair. In 2016, Fox hired Miss Faraji as a full-time hairstylist. So in 2016, they just decided to just hire her full-time because she was already cutting people's hair and styling people's hair, underpaying her. So they was like, you know what, let's just give her the job. Sloppy work, sloppy work, sloppy work, sloppy, very sloppy. Because she's already holding a grudge over that. Because somebody should have told, yo, like, y'all should have paid her under the table for that and be like, yo, I'm sorry for that. This is all the missed fees. Yeah, somebody got sloppy. Anyways, right here, let's go to B. It says Mr. Dixon gives Miss Taylor undisputed as a reward for having sex with him. So before we even get into that section right here, let's see. He said, "What disability?" She's gonna. Hey, we'll see. We'll see what she'll list as a disability. We'll see. We'll see. Love hate says Joy is disgusting. Miguel said, "I hope she takes them all down." Hey man, because from what I'm seeing, it looks like they was doing her dirty, and she held a grudge, just off rip. Like when if you are the people that are because usually with corporations like that, they have cleanup men and cleanup women to make sure you know the people underneath are not bitter, they're happy, making sure they're straight, making sure their car payment is straight, make sure they're not unhappy, you know what I mean, making sure they have food and stuff. Usually they got people for that, so it looks like whoever's underneath to make sure these people are happy is doing a terrible job. You can't have a bitch like that working part-time and then you asking her to cut hair as well. Oh, can you just what? And you already know just being a hairstylist, that can be a very stressful endeavor. And then on top of that, you got to cut hair. Nah. You can't be doing it. You got to make sure she's already like, if you're gonna do that, you gotta be like, look, we're gonna give you the full-time job if you promise to also cut hair as well. But we give you the full. You gotta give her that title first. You can't have her do all this work because she figured, look, I'm at Fox, I'm gonna just have to do it. But she was still bitter about it. So then after she do all that work, then you give her the job because she's the only one putting in that work. She's always gonna hold a grudge for that. Man, boy, people sloppy as hell. Anyways, now this is the tea that I'm talking about. So right here it says in approximately March 2016, Miss Faraji met Miss Taylor, an aspiring sports personality that had recently moved from Miami to Los Angeles for the opportunity of airtime at Fox. Now, that's a major red flag right there. Moving from Miami to Los Angeles for opportunity. So we already know, like, just off rip, if a woman's saying that, you already know she for the streets. But Joy Taylor is also the sister of Hall of Fame kicker. Um, I forgot his name, but she's the sister of a Hall of Fame football player that was a kicker in the NFL. Anyways, it says at the time, Miss Taylor did not have a regular position, but would fill in on a day-to-day basis when talent was sick or otherwise missed time. Miss Taylor told Miss Faraji that she was recently wed, but her husband remained in Miami and that she was lonely in Los Angeles. Let me repeat that for you real quick. Because I do remember Joy Taylor was married, but then she ended it like a year later. Let me repeat that real quick. Miss Taylor told Miss Faraji that she was recently wed, but her husband remained in Miami and that she was lonely in Los Angeles. So this bitch made sure she got married, then decided to tell her husband, look, stay in Miami. I'm gonna move to Los Angeles to get opportunity to be on TV. Man, if my wife told me something like that, I would have, man, them divorce papers would be out as soon as she says something like that. Said Miss Taylor then befriended Miss Faraji, which is very common for women to befriend their hairstylist. That, like I said, that relationship between a woman and her hairstylist, it's damn near sacred. It's damn near sacred. And the Proxo, she knows all of Joy Taylor's dirt. She probably knows when she cheated on her husband, when they divorced, all of that, why she divorced her husband, if her husband found out, all of that. She knows everything about Joy Taylor. She goes, in approximately May 2016, Miss Taylor asked Miss Faraji to meet for a drink in Santa Monica. When Miss Faraji arrived, she found Miss Taylor with an older man, Fox Sports Executive Vice President of Content, Mr. Dixon. As an executive vice president, Mr. Dixon is responsible for overseeing all content and production on FS1. Miss Faraji, however, did not know Mr. Dixon. So off rip, she saw Joy Taylor with an older man. She didn't know who it was. So she just thought that Joy Taylor was just hustling, just, regular, sugar daddy work, young woman, older man. Okay, she's hustling. But she didn't know that, but the hairstylist says that she didn't know who Mr. Dixon actually was. Just when Mr. Dixon went to buy them another round of spicy margaritas, Miss Faraji asked who he was. And mind you, Joy Taylor was married at the time. Joy Taylor responded that he was just a friend. Every time, boy. I tell you, women have a very limited playbook. Anyways, following that night, whenever Miss Faraji would meet with Miss Taylor for drinks or food, Mr. Dixon would either arrive with Miss Taylor or show up later in the night and leave with Miss Taylor. So already Miss Faraji already basically knew that she was cheating on her husband at the time. She knew. He would always buy rounds of drinks and or food. From their body language, Miss Faraji suspected that the pair were sleeping with each other. And although this concerned Miss Faraji, as she knew Miss Taylor was recently married, Miss Faraji kept her opinions to herself. So yeah, that was easy to deduce. Like if you're a hairdresser, you know what I mean? You like hairdressers, they know all this stuff. They know all this stuff. And even if she wasn't a hairdresser, just as a friend, her husband's in Miami, she's in Los Angeles. She out at bars with an older dude saying that he's just a friend, he's buying her drinks. We already know what's happening. In approximately June 2016, while at work, Miss Faraji noticed Mr. Dixon in the elevator. Surprised by the coincidence, Miss Faraji found Miss Taylor and told her excitedly the guy who always buys our drinks was in the elevator. Miss Taylor quickly silenced Miss Faraji, explaining who he was. Miss Faraji became alarmed and warned Miss Taylor that such a relationship was unsafe. Now, before I continue, this is the part I want you guys to pay attention to this part. This is the part where I gave you the sneak peek of. I want you guys to pay attention to this part. Pay very, 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 very close attention because we talk about this on the channel when we talk about the fall of Rome, women in false accusations. How when we talk about false accusations, it's not just necessarily accusing. It's not necessarily just accusing somebody of false allegations. It's also women sleeping their way to the top, because just them sleeping with the men, it compromises the man more than the woman. Because at the end of the day, if she's having a sexual relationship with the man, and if she asks that man of power for a favor, is going to be granted. If it doesn't get granted, she's going to cry, me too. So pay attention. So right here, Miss Taylor quickly silenced Miss Faraji, explaining who he was. Miss Faraji became alarmed and warned Miss Taylor that such a relationship was unsafe. Miss Taylor told her not to worry about it. Miss Faraji continued to be friends with Miss Taylor, but tried to distance herself as she considered the situation dangerous as well as morally wrong, as Miss Taylor and Mr. Dixon were both married. Let me see here. Oh, I don't even think it's in this paragraph, but just keep that in mind. Keep this in mind because remember, we showed you a sneak peek where Miss Faraji told Joy Taylor, like, yo, Dixon put his hands on me during a party. And Joy Taylor was like, get over it. Don't worry. Basically, she told her, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. In approximately July 2016, word spread amongst Fox employees about a new show that was going to be a big deal as it would star Mr. Bayless and Shannon Sharp. Blah, 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 blah. Excuse me. It came as a surprise when Fox announced that Miss Taylor, who was a bartender and radio host in Miami with very little TV experience, would be the moderator of the new show, a sports debate program, Skip and Shannon Undisputed. So, right here, pay attention to this, guys. It says Mr. Bayless later disclosed to Miss Faraji that he did not want Miss Taylor on the show, but Mr. Dixon was adamant that Miss Taylor should star. So this is what we talk about, the favors, right? What we talk about now, they were looking for a female co-host. Mr. Dixon insists that they take Joy Taylor. Why? If they don't take her, Joy Taylor is going to start acting a plump fool right here. At first, Mr. Dixon arranged a dinner between Mr. Bayless and Miss Taylor, where she arrived in provocative clothing and acted in a provocative manner. Let me repeat this one more time. At first, Mr. Dixon arranged a dinner between Mr. Bayless and Miss Taylor, where she arrived in provocative clothing and acted in a provocative manner. Mr. Woman Empower, Mrs. Woman Empowerment herself. He said, when that did not change Mr. Bayless' opinion of Miss Taylor, Mr. Dixon asked him to approve of her as a favor to him. Reluctantly, Mr. Bayless agreed to do so as a favor to his friend. And that last line, what that really means is Mr. Dixon probably had dirt on Skip Bayless. He probably threatened to fire her to not if he it's either that or he probably threatened to let go of Skip or probably let go of Shannon Sharp because he was new. So that's why, like, you know, and here's the thing. I want you guys to notice. People that watched Undisputed, they would always notice that Skip Bayless did not like Joy Taylor at all. And people just thought, oh, it's because he's jealous of Joy Taylor liking Shannon. And I was like, I don't think it's that. I used to be like, I don't think it's that. It's just it's like he doesn't respect her. And now we know why, because he knew exactly who she was as a person. She always knew she knew I'm sorry, he knew exactly who she was. And you know, I do find that interesting though. That I do find that interesting because I do remember going on Undisputed, you look at the comments, they would always point it out, and it was true. Like Skip Bayless, he just doesn't respect that broad. Because it was different. Like he didn't really like Jenny Taft as well, to be quite honest with you. He didn't really like any of the female co-hosts that came on the show. You know, this is why this lawsuit kind of confuses me because I'm like, why would he offer the hairstylist $1 million to sleep with it? It just seems like an outrageous story, but there might be something to that. I don't know because Skip Bayless doesn't really seem to be that type to do something like that. But and plus he just I just thought Corey Holcomb would always insinuate that he was gay. He was in the closet. And I would know because he never liked any of the female co-hosts that be that be coming on the show. Because he really didn't like any of them. Not just Joy. He didn't like Jenny. He didn't like any of them. He didn't like Molly when he was on First Take. Anyways, let me see. Around August 2016, Miss Faraji attended a dinner with Miss Taylor and her husband and Mr. Dixon and his wife. During the dinner, Miss Taylor's husband became suspicious that Miss Taylor and Mr. Dixon were having a sexual relationship. Soon after the dinner, Miss Taylor's husband found evidence of the inappropriate relationship and divorced Miss Taylor. So, like I said, the hairdressers, they know all. So, meanwhile, we had no idea why Joy Taylor divorced her husband or why or who divorced whom. She knew. So it looks like the hairdresser, she knows the husband initiated the divorce and why he divorced Joy. So shout out to the husband for growing a pair finally. In line 26, it says in approximately December 2016, Undisputed started. Miss Taylor requested Miss Faraji to do her hair. In approximately November 2016, after not allowing anyone to touch his hair, Mr. Bayless also requested Miss Faraji to do his hair. Interesting. So right here on January 14, 2017, Miss Taylor had her birthday. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me leave Mr. Dixon alone real quick. Before I get into that, let me read some of the comments that I missed. Let me read because I missed a whole slew of them. Yeah, Jason Taylor, that was his name. Yeah, so Joy Taylor is the sister of Hall of Famer Jason Taylor. Yeah, Jason, he fooling around. He said, this mf'er said Jason Taylor was a Hall of Fame kicker. That's 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 his title. He's in the Hall of Fame, and his position was he's a kicker. Like that's. Look, I'm trying to put some respect on his name, man, because I'm already destroying his name basically today because here I am. I'm calling his sister a hoe. Let me at least try to put some respect on his name. Let me try, but that's what he is. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a kicker. Shout out to Reaper in the chat. He said, please open up StreamYard. I don't know, man. Let me see. Remember when Stephen A. Smith gave the story of colleagues sleeping together with their spouses in the same hotel rooms and spots that they were dating? In the spots that they were doing the deeds in? Yeah. But that's common. That even happens, like, dude. That even happens if you work in corporate, dog. Like this even like you could be working at like Wendy's and this stuff happens. Or like if you're working with one of these management groups, these insurance sales spots, they'd be taking these company trips and all this nonsense. Yeah, of course, Stephen A. Smith, he knows how the game works. He knows how the game works. He definitely knows how the game works. He said, "Girl anchors are never good." And Pyro says dudes should stop crapping where they eat. That's never gonna stop because when these dudes get power, It's so easy. It's so easy. You got power and money, you can literally get most broads. And people were trying to clown on, Charlie Dixon, how he's an old white dude and he's weird looking. I'm like, bro, he got that power, he got that paper. It don't matter. Every dude was fiending for Joy Taylor, including myself. I'd have smashed. I would have smashed. But then, but when I found out her breasts were fake, and when I saw those old pictures of her when she was in her early 20s, I was like, oh, she one of them types. She like, oh Lord, she one of them types. Because I remember, like, I was in a comment section. This was like my freshman year in college. I was, I made a thirsty ass comment. I was like, yo, I'll be like, I'd volunteer to be Joy Taylor's massage therapist. No sandals, no socks. I said something crazy like that. And I had mentioned uh her pillowcases, right? Her pillows, right? If you know what I mean. Her front side. And somebody was in the conversation like, you do know those are fake, right? I was like, are they? Because I was just trying to give her a compliment. And then I looked at some old photos. I just happened to look into it. I was like, yo, she a hustler. She fooled us all. That was 2016, though. He said Jenny Taft called out on Skip's bullshit a couple times on live TV. Yeah, that's true. But I like how Shannon Sharp put Jenny Taft in her place that one time when she was trying to say that somebody should have been kicked out of the league or something. And Shannon Sharp was like, whoa, 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 whoa. We're not doing that. I forgot what episode that was, but I was like, thank you, Shannon Sharp, for doing that because I'm getting tired of these hoes talking about men need to be kicked out of the league because he got into it with his bra. That's to me, that's no. He said maybe Dirt or Skip Bayless, Skip Salty because she offered her body to turn to him and took back the offer. Maybe, maybe. But I think it was mostly because Skip did not like that. Skip didn't like Joy at all. But he doesn't like most of the female co-hosts. He just doesn't have respect for most of them. Because people just thought it was just he's jealous of Shannon for her. I'm like I don't think it's it. I'm like I think it's something else. Because it's just like she don't he just like he don't he doesn't respect her. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, thank you, Reaper. So yeah, Reaper goes to say he says Shannon checked her. He's talking about Jenny Taft. He says Shannon checked Jenny Taft when she tried to raise the standards for black men in sports with assault, but didn't say ish on the cops who beat their wives and do mad DV. Facts. It was something like that, and he checked her on it. I was like, thank you, Shannon, for doing that because I'm really getting tired of that double standard stuff. Anyways, let's go back to the paperwork. And like I know you guys are seeing the page. I'm not reading all these pages. I'm just reading the stories that matter, especially when it involves Joy Taylor and Skip Bayless. So right here, Section C says Mr. Dixon gropes Miss Faraji after putting her on Undisputed. On January 14, 2017, Miss Taylor had her birthday party at Pearl's rooftop in West Hollywood. Miss Faraji and other Fox employees who were invited attended as it was a part of their job duties to appease talent, and a birthday party is an important event. That's the thing when you're in the industry, you have to, even as, how like at your job, you don't have to go to these parties, these office parties or these Christmas things. When you're in the industry, you have to go. It's not. It's almost like it's like mini camp in the NFL. The voluntary OTAs. They say it's voluntary, but it's really not voluntary. It's really not voluntary. He goes, as usual, Mr. Dixon was heavily drinking, buying drinks for everyone on a Fox credit card, and blustering that everything purchased was on Fox's dime. Uh-oh, that dude was effed up. As Miss Faraji was standing near the bar, facing the crowd, Mr. Dixon approached her. He asked the bartender for a drink and then placed his arm on Miss Faraji's lower back. He asked how she was doing, if she was having fun, and if she wanted a tequila shot. Miss Faraji felt very uncomfortable by his unsolicited touching and responded, "No, thank you." Mr. Dixon then moved his hand lower and started rubbing her body and grabbing her buttocks. Miss Faraji was mortified but quickly thought to fake an incoming call to escape from the situation. Miss Faraji did not know who to turn to, but as she knew Miss Taylor was sleeping with Mr. Dixon, she turned to her. So this is a part I want you guys to also pay attention to. I also mentioned this as a preview before I opened up the paperwork. Miss Faraji did not know who to turn to, but as she knew Miss Taylor was sleeping with Mr. Dixon, she turned to her. Surprisingly, Miss Taylor responded to "get over it" and explained that she herself only had her job because of Mr. Dixon and that Miss Faraji only had her job because Miss Taylor requested her. She warned that Mr. Dixon could take both away. Joy Taylor turned into a slave real quick. You's gonna get us in troubles. You gonna get us in troubles. We have a good job here at Fox Sports. We got a good job here. Yes, I gotta give up my punani, but I got a good jobs here. You gets from here from this foolishness. Massa gets a little handsy from time to time, but you just gotta get over it. Mrs. Whoop, female empowerment herself. and broads like her had the nerve to, the poor black lady from like the 30s, a very famous black female actress that had to always play that big mama role. Do you guys know who her name is? That poor actress lady. I'm trying to. I don't know her name, but she was very famous, very underpaid. One of the first like black female actresses. And you'll have like the pro blacks. They kind of go hard on the black people before for basically acting that way, but they had no choice. You know what I mean? They had no choice back then. It's 2020. It's near the 2020s. And Joy Taylor, basically, do y'all know who that actress's name is? I don't know her. It's an old black actress from like the 1930s, 1940s. She was very famous for basically playing those kind of roles. I don't know her name, but she actually played that role very well. It's just, or like the Bojangles type characters. And you'll have like the pro blacks, they be going hard on guys like that for quote unquote cooning. But I'm like, they didn't have a choice back then. You know what I mean? They didn't have a choice. And really, what they were asked to do, they did it. They did a great job at doing it. You know what I mean? And they didn't really have a choice. They didn't have a choice. It was like it's either do that or literally have nothing. It's like literally nothing else that they could do. But now they Joy Taylor, she's just she isn't what she's basically, how they accuse me on this channel of being a what's it no, not Monique. Skip to no, not Monique, not Monique. This is I'm talking about an actress from like the 1930s, a very famous black female. She would have to play those roles. No, not Monique. Monique willingly played those crazy roles, and she could have played anything else. Those black female actresses in the past, in the 30s, they had no choice but to do those roles. Oh yeah, Reaper Wells. You say it was the Kareem Hunt issue. Yeah, with the Jenny Taft situation with Kareem Hunt. Yeah, that was great. That was I still think Kareem Hunt should have not gotten suspended. Released from the Chiefs. He would have had a Super Bowl. He would have had two Super Bowls because with that team, they had a stacked team. And Kareem Hunt, he could not only he could run it, he could also catch. So Patrick Mahomes, he would have won. In my opinion, if Kareem Hunt didn't get released before the playoffs, I believe they would have won the Super Bowl that year. That's just my opinion. But that offense was unstoppable with Kareem Hunt on it. You had Tyreek Hill, you had Sammy Watkins, you had uh, 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 Travis Kelsey, and then you had Kareem Hunt coming out of the backfield. That team was unstoppable, dog. Nina, okay, Truth Hunter said Nina May. Let me Google search her because you'll like see like the pro blacks of today try to like act like that they did black people a disservice, but I'm like they had no choice, dog. They had no choice. Let me see. Nina May. Is that her name? Nah, not her. Not her. Even though her too, but it's not her. Not her. It's like a very famous but like those actors like back then those black actresses, they had no choice, dog, but to do certain things, but to tolerate certain things from men of power. They had no choice, man. Really. Especially like as a if you were like a black female during that time or if you were the help, you you know there was no not it wasn't her, not her. um she looks like she's black passing. Oh no, that's oh wait, no, I don't even think she's black. Or did she dress in blackface? I don't know. But anyway, but it looks like she would play the help in these movies. But when you talking about like it was a specific, it was like she was really dark skinned, like she was really dark skinned. Let me see something. I'm gonna search something real quick. Black female actress in the 30s. What they say? Ruby Dan? Was it Ruby? I'm trying to find. It was a specific one that I'm looking for. I think this is it right here. Let me see. Is it this? Let me see. Think I think her name was it no, not Josephine Baker. No. I think it was Hattie McDaniel. Was her name Hattie McDaniel? Yeah, I think that's her name. Or it's either Ethel Walker's or Hattie McDaniels. I'm trying to find the name. Yep, I think it's her. Yep, her right here. Right here. Born in 1893, died in 1952. Yep. That's exactly who I'm thinking of right here. Like, the roles that she had to play, you know, the kind of, fetchum roles, you's gonna get us in troubles. Like that role that she had to play, like she didn't have a choice. People don't like she didn't really have a choice. You know what I mean? But here we are in 20 in 2017 or 2025, right? We got Joy Taylor playing the Hattie McDaniel roles. Yep. Thank you, Truth Hunter. I didn't even see the chat. My bad. I wasn't even looking at the chat. I could have easily seen that. You got Joy Taylor being, Joy was it Joy McDaniel doing her best Hattie McDaniel uh impersonation. She is what you call a a grapist apologist, right? That's what they be calling dudes that just be having questions. But here, this is a pure example of her protecting the aggressor. Crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work. She said, you gonna get us in troubles. Miss Faraji was terrified and then turned to her coworker, Anonymous, to discuss the situation. Anonymous responded that Mr. Dixon was disgusting, that the entire situation was sick, but that it wasn't shocking given Fox's culture and that Miss Faraji should remain quiet if she wanted to keep her job. As a single mother who needed the job to support her, Miss Faraji had no choice but to remain silent. That's not even funny though, but that is kind of funny. Okay. 7 years later, in 2023, Miss Peretti told Miss Faraji that she did not like her or anything about Undisputed. What? What in the hell? This came out of nowhere. Yeah, whoever this Miss Peretti person is, she's not good at cleaning up, you know, these producers' mess. Like you usually hire somebody to clean up the mess, to clean up the loose ends. Yeah, Miss Peretti's not good at doing that. I hope Miss Peretti wasn't a DEI hire, because her to the people that you're supposed to hire to clean up the messes of the top dogs, they're usually like very swift and very she's not, whoever Miss Peretti is from the HR department or whatever, she's not good at her job. So 7 years later, in 2023, Miss Peretti told Miss Faraji that she did not like her or anything about Undisputed. Miss Peretti expanded that she had already scheduled someone for hair on Undisputed when Mr. Dixon called her and told her that she must put Miss Faraji on Undisputed. Yikes. That's crazy, man. Let me see. Mr. Dixon called her and told her that she must put Miss Faraji on Undisputed full time. Miss Peretti told Miss Faraji, I didn't like that. That's not how things should be done. Miss Faraji was stunned and devastated as she prides herself on her work and earning her accolades. Later that day, while thinking about her career, she was angry that Miss Peretti succumbed to Mr. Dixon's request, as it gave Mr. Dixon the feeling that he could grope her for giving her a job. Ah, so right here. So Miss Peretti thought that that Miss Faraji fell in the same boat as Joy Taylor as a bust down, one of Mr. Dixon's bust downs. So she thought she could just sweep the bust downs that didn't really do much or be an asset to the company, and she could just brush them off. She just thought she was just one of Mr. Dixon's bust downs that she needs to just sweep away. Even though she said that she rejected Mr. Dixon's advances. But in Miss Peretti's mind, she's thinking, because she comes from she hangs with Joy Taylor, she's thinking, oh, you just like her. That's crazy. Oof. Big mistake. Let's see. Mr. Dixon gets rid of a female talent member for refusing to have sex. Oh, let's read. I wasn't gonna read section D, but section D makes Miss Taylor look really bad. Makes Joy Taylor look really bad. Okay. Oh, it's only a couple more sections to read. That's perfect. Perfect. So, oh wow, it's only like two or three more paragraphs to read. So bear with me, guys. Bear with me. It's only about two other sections to read, but this is important. It says Mr. Dixon gets rid of a female talent member for refusing to have sex with him. Several years into Miss Faraji's tenure at Fox, a female talent member, Anonymous, hired Miss Faraji to do her hair at her house for an award show. Anonymous asked that Miss Faraji meet her for lunch first. There, Anonymous told Miss Faraji that she would no longer be with Fox, as Mr. Dixon told her that she would need to have sex with him if she wanted to renew her contract, but she had refused. Anonymous further conveyed that Mr. Dixon was doing this to other women talent. She should warn Miss Taylor to be careful. And a talk show host had recently reported Mr. Dixon. Damn. Following the lunch, hold on for a sec. Hold on for a second. I think I missed something there. He said there, Anonymous told Miss Faraji she would no longer be with Fox. Ah, so it was Anonymous. So Anonymous tried to tell Miss Faraji what was happening to her. Got you. So there, Anonymous told Miss Faraji that she would no longer be with Fox, as Mr. Dixon told her that she would need to have sex with him if she wanted to renew her contract, but she had refused. So, like I said, when it comes to these hairdressers, they're gonna reveal the tea. They're gonna, or sorry, when it comes to women in their hairdressers, a lot of most women tell their hairdressers and their hairstylists everything about their life. He said Anonymous further conveyed Mr. Dixon was doing this to other women talent. She should warn Miss Taylor to be careful. And a talk show host had recently reported Mr. Dixon. Following the lunch, Miss Faraji called Miss Taylor to convey what Anonymous had stated. Miss Taylor responded that no one gives a F about Anonymous or the talk show host who had reported Mr. Dixon. Okay, guys, we need to do a deep dive. We need to do a deep dive of all the female talent between 2016 and let me see. Oh no, she said several years into Miss Faraji's tenure at Fox. So they don't want to even make it. Okay. So somewhere between 2016 and 2023, we need to find out all the women that worked under FS1 or FS2 and that had to like leave abruptly. We need to do a research because when Miss Faraji tried to convey what Anonymous had said to Miss Taylor, and Anonymous thought that she was helping Miss Taylor out. Miss Taylor said no one gives a F about Anonymous or the talk show host who had reported Mr. Dixon. So we need to look up all the female talk show hosts that were in and out of FS1 between 2016 and 2023. Man, Joy Taylor, cold blooded, bro. Yo, Joy Taylor is cold blooded. Yikes. Said Miss Faraji later observed that Miss Taylor's remark appeared accurate as no actions were taken to address the concerns raised. If it was not already apparent, it became even more clear that Fox enabled high-ranking individuals to abuse their authority, exerting undue control over female talent and employees. Fear permeated the workplace as stories of mistreatment circulated. As one example, Mr. Dixon deliberately assigned a female talent member who had been harassed and reported it to a show set up to fail. When the show inevitably failed due to a sabotage, he used its failure as justification to terminate her employment. In another instance, a coworker who frequently cried in the hallway due to relentless sexual harassment was fired just 1 week after reporting it. These repeated incidents reinforced an atmosphere where speaking up seemed futile and dangerous. Okay, so we got to do research of all the female hosts that were working at FS1 between 2016 and 2023. We're going to have to do a list. Skip Teal says, you think Acho knew at the time she was doing Dixon too? That's probably what happened, and that's probably why they had to get separated, like you said. That probably broke Acho's heart. It's like, you were messing with because you know how ninjas are. They think there's no way this the pro black woman I'm with, or the pro black woman I'm sleeping with, or the black woman I'm sleeping with, she's not messing with no older white dude for money. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Oh man. Pyro said, why can't these dudes stop effing their staff members? But that's just life. That's just life. Where you got the manager messing with the help. You know what I mean? The male recruitment staff member putting a hoe he messed with from Cancun that moved to the city, giving her job. Like this stuff is normal. Some of it consensual, some of it non-consensual. You know, that's just life. And if somebody's really guilty of abusing their power, you have women like Joy Taylor that is going to protect guys like that in power, and then simultaneously act like she's for women empowerment, and she was a huge part of the problem. This is why I think that lawsuit is real. There's something to it, because she named a woman. Have you noticed? Look, with these lawsuits where people talking about harassment, sexual harassment, you notice they don't ever put no other woman under the bus. It's always, oh, this woman was under fear for her life and all this stuff. But with this one, she was specific. She said it was, you'll have one woman here that was being harassed, and then you have another woman that was enabling it. So the hairdresser's being very specific on, Joy Taylor was enabling this behavior. It was part of the problem. Women usually never put other women on blast for being part of the problem, for being part of sexual harassment. This is why I'm like, uh-oh. There might be something to this. There might be something to this. Here we go. So now let's address Mr. Skip Bayless here. They're saying Skip Bayless begins to give Miss Faraji lingering hugs and kisses on the cheek while putting his body against hers and pressing against her breast. Well, that just sounds like a regular hug and a kiss on the cheek. Like what she's describing is what happens when you hug a woman. Like that's why even like the other day, actually, you want to let me not even address that. Let me not even address my personal life. Anyways, or since I brought it up, this is why, like the other day, I was playing co-ed, and which I would have sworn I said I was never gonna do again, but I was just like, whatever, because I have an open time slot, and this game I played recently, I was dribbling, and for some, I don't know what it is with me, but especially when you're a black person playing these gatekeep sports, people be going out their way to like foul you like ridiculously. I'm talking about like ridiculously. Like they will sacrifice their body to make sure you go down and stuff like. I'm like, why are you doing this? This happens all the time when I play. So I'm dribbling, I'm not gonna be stopped. I'm not gonna be stopped. There's nobody like, especially if I'm like at a certain spot, I'm dribbling whatever, my speed is just too much. So I'm dribbling forward. This girl pops in my spot, like puts her body right in front of mine. Now, it was gonna be a foul on her, right? But the problem is I'm going full speed. I'm going full speed. So as I bu- as I bump into her, she's gonna go flying. So before I even allowed her to fall, I caught her. I literally caught her before I fell and made sure she didn't hit her head on the ground. Now the problem is when you're catching a girl, the only way you can hold on to her is if your hand is kind of near that breast area. So I made sure that I was like, but that's how quick my reflexes are. I was able not only to get the ball away and make sure she didn't get, and like for me stopping to make sure she didn't fall on the ground, that prevented her from getting a foul call, right? But I was not only I was fast enough to get by her, I was fast enough to catch her because she didn't even realize she was falling. That's how hard she hit me. That's how hard she hit me. She didn't even realize she was gonna fall down. So that's how fast. So like she was just like, "What the? Oh, my bad." But I was able to catch her before she literally hurt bank because she was gonna hit her head straight into that turf, straight into that turf. I don't know why she put herself right in my way. But the thing is, when you're catching somebody like that, because I've caught a dude like that, because my reflexes are that fast. I've caught a dude like that, whatever. But catching a girl is different because you're right around her chest area. It is what it is. So obviously it's not that big of a deal per se, but I don't like being put in that position. I do not like being put in that position. This is why even when I hug girls that I don't know, I give them the church hug, unless if I know her. You know what I mean? Because I don't even want the conversation. I don't want her saying something and, oh, he took advantage, whatever. But it was kind of like on her part, it was kind of embarrassing. So all she could say was like, "Oh, thank you, my bad, whatever." Because I had to literally catch her like a kid. It was like literally catching a kid from banging their head on the turf for being stupid. You know what I mean? But this is the stuff that I got to deal with when I'm playing soccer, even when I'm playing against dudes, girls. When you're like a black dude playing these sports in America, like soccer, lacrosse, hockey, you're gonna be when, especially if you play offense and you're a creative type player, you're gonna have people just go out their way to like foul you. They try to gaslight you, or they try to provoke you. That happened in the other co-ed match um, too. It was like this Arab dude. He was trying to act like I was mad at him. I was like, dudes, what are you, you know? But thankfully, we have a Russian ref, and the Rush that, like, got like guys like that, they don't fall for stuff like they don't fall for stuff like that. But if I was dealing with the average American ref, he'd have probably fell for it. But like when you're dealing with like the Ukrainians, the Eastern European, they're not simps. they're not simps. So they don't fall for stuff like that. Where the guy, he was trying to act like I had try to win the ball back, whatever, because it was my the mind you, the ball was mine for a corner kick, and I kicked the ball away from him while he was trying to bounce it. And for some weird reason, The Arab dude was he said it in a loud voice for everybody to to say. That's how I knew he was a hoe ass nigga. Like he said it in a very loud, audible voice. He's like, What are you trying to do, man? This is just a game. Relax." I was like, Wait, what? I'm just I'm kicking the. It's my ball." And then I kick the corner again. I take the corner. The ball goes out. I try to run back to my position, and he's just like, and he says it loud again. He said, "That's just a game, bro. What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Dude, I did nothing to you, to you, whatever." But that's the stuff that you got to deal with if you're like a black person in America playing a gatekeep sport, whether it be like hockey, lacrosse, soccer. Now, soccer, obviously, it's a worldwide sport. We call it soccer in America, but it's football worldwide. But when you're a black person playing a gatekeep, people do stuff like this because of the stereotypes. You know what I mean? So let me see. Well, yeah, but that encounter with the Middle Eastern dude, that was before the that was before the female tried to foul me to stop me from scoring. I was like, what is she doing? I was like, what is she doing? Oh yeah, the ref thought I was being extra. Like he thought I was too nice for doing that shit. He said you could have scored. I was like, nah, I didn't want her head to hit the ground. He said I would have. He said I would have scored. But yeah, that Middle Eastern dude, he really pissed me off for doing that ish. The girl was kind of an afterthought. You know what I mean? But yeah, the Middle Eastern dude, he pissed me off on that because I don't even like when I'm playing these little league games. I don't even press. Like I barely press in terms of like trying to pressure the defenders into making mistakes and losing the ball, and I barely do that. And the two tackles that I made that game, it was on girls. I didn't even touch him at all in that game. The two tackles I made were on the girls. Not the hit. I'm not counting the hit. I'm talking about the two tackles that I made were on the girls. And when they got tackled, you know what they did? They just kind of brushed themselves off, got up, kept playing. No complaints. But this dude here, he was trying to say it in an audible voice for the referee. I was like, this is a whole ass ninja. And I remember like coming off the field, and then like the captain was like asking me like, "Oh yeah, what's good with that guy?" I heard him say, I'm like, this dude is talking about nothing, man. The referee didn't even care though. Referee didn't even look. He was concerned about the body check that the female gave me. He's like, I would have scored. So older Russian dude. Older Russian dude. Anyways, let me see. Let me see before I get into the next session. Let me see. Pyro says women get upset whenever I don't want to be hugged by them. I don't know why. He said Katie Nolan left FS1 garage time for ESPN. Maybe it was her. We're gonna have to do research behind that. Oh, let me see. Christine Leahy. I don't like her though. She the type to do a false allegation herself. Pyro said, "Is it because when a black guy gets the ball, the rival team is not going to get it back?" No, it's just if you're a like any black person could attest to this. Like when you play sports, it's not basketball or football. When you're playing like those sports where you're like the only black person there, it's different. Especially if you're an attacker. Especially if you're an attacker, you're the person that's scoring goals or you're creating goals, right? You're gonna get unnecessary stuff from not necessarily just the opponents, but just really unnecessary stuff. You got people trying to provoke you, like which happened that other game. I was like, I'm like, bro, I didn't even touch you. But he said it like in a very audible voice for everybody to hear. Hey, bro, like if it was really an issue, like I've had dudes that would be like, yo, I think you did this to me. But they would come to me and say that. And then we would be like, oh, whatever. Like, and like, or I'll play pickup, something happens with somebody else, and you'll see them, they'll deal with it privately or whatever. And it will just, oh, they just dealing with something, whatever. But he said it like in an audible voice while like, trying to back up. And I was just like, I didn't realize what he was doing in real time until he did it a second time. I was like, what? Because I was confused. I'm like, what is he talking about? And then I kick the corner. It goes out of bounds. I try to go back to my position. It's only a game, man. What do you do? And I'm like, okay. I was like, oh, I see what you're doing here. All right. But that doesn't really work with because I don't even think he realized it. After he did that, I saw the ref, he gave us like 5 favorable calls afterwards. like right afterwards. He probably noticed them doing that. Oh shit. Well, when it, like I said, when it comes to, first of all, when it comes to refs for these like little adult leagues, you're not supposed to be arguing with those kind of people. I don't know why people do that. They don't even have to do those kind of games. Like, you know what I mean? They're gonna miss most calls in general because they're not really taking it seriously. They're just there to just make sure nobody gets into a fight. You know what I mean? They're just there to, But unfortunately, what's been happening to me recently, like I will sign up for like these random teams just for the hell of it, and then I end up being the best player on the team by far. Like I'm talking about like by far, but I'm supposed to be the help. But I end up being on these teams where I end up being the best player by far. So much so where you'll have like the referees will be like, "Yo, they need more guys like you on this team." And I'll be like, "Look, I'm just supposed to be the help because I'm just there to just for my own therapy, you know." And I haven't been, part of a team in a minute. And I was just like, you know what? Let me just join this co-ed team. They're looking for somebody. I don't care, But that's just one, that's just one of those things. I'm not saying, oh man, refs be liking me. No, that's not. I'm just saying the refs. I already know the refs are gonna miss most things in adult leagues, so they're just there to just make sure nobody gets into a fight. So, like, like, so if you have people trying to be like, yo, ref, he did this to me, or if you're trying to argue with the ref, that's like the last thing you should do. Like that's like the last thing you're supposed to be doing because they're just there. It's you know they're very lenient when it comes to like fouls and stuff like that. That doesn't mean you should take advantage of it, which I don't, because I don't even foul people in these leagues. But these are the things you like. Ninjas that ask ninjas that play hockey in Canada. If you got a like Bill Burr has that joke where you'll have like black hockey players complaining about the treatment that they get, and the way they talk about it, you think they're in like Mississippi or Alabama. They'd be like, no, they're in Canada. And you'd be like, in Canada? Yeah. When you're like a black dude and you playing in these very gatekeep sports, like where it costs a lot of money to participate. Maybe baseball, they don't OD do you dirty like that, but we talk about hockey, lacrosse, and like soccer. That's when you're gonna start getting that slick stuff. You gotta have, opposing parents. What's the age of this guy? And all that, the passive aggressive type shit. That's when you start getting that nonsense. Are you trying to be smart with me? And you trying to be mad? Like, you know how many times I gotten that? It'd be like, bruh, like nobody. I'm talking about them talking to me, and I'm like, I don't even initiate the conversation. Or like they come up ready to fight you and stuff. I'm like, I'm not even trying to fight nobody. Do you know how many times that happened to me when I was a kid? It'll be like I mistimed a tackle, whatever, and then they're all of a sudden they ready to fight you. You'd be like, well, I'm not even trying to. What's going on? you know. But that's just natural. That's just natural stuff. Anyways, back to the article. But yeah, but the point that I was making though for the first one, when I had to catch that girl, when you're just being around the chest area in general, whether it be hug, whether you're reaching out and trying to grab something, it's breasts are going to be pressed. Breasts are always going to be pressed. They're probably going to be whether voluntarily or involuntarily, because what she's describing is a hug, it looks like. Okay. Line 35, it says, after the reporting by the talk show host fell on deaf ears, Mr. Bayless began requesting that Miss Faraji give him a haircut once a week in the makeup room. Miss Faraji did as she was told, as Miss Peretti required Miss Faraji to give haircuts to talent. Initially, during the haircuts, Mr. Bayless would discuss his life, his work at Fox, and other innocuous matters. However, soon after the weekly haircuts started, Mr. Bayless began finding excuses to touch Miss Faraji. He would give her lingering hugs after each haircut, putting his body against her own, pressing against her breast. He then began to kiss her on her cheeks. Miss Faraji was uncomfortable by the physical contact and would make excuses to leave right after the haircuts. For example, I need to pick up my son from school. Classic. Classic. Number 36 says, in approximately summer 2017, while Miss Faraji was giving Mr. Bayless a haircut, he told her that she was voluptuous. Uh-oh. As English is her second language. She's pulling that card. Ah, come on. As English is her second language. Excuse me. And she was not familiar with the word. Miss Faraji asked what that meant. Mr. Bayless seemed amused and told her to figure it out. Miss Faraji later asked a coworker what that word meant and was mortified. Mr. Bayless then started being more aggressive and direct in his advances. Miss Faraji continuously declined, stating that she did not date at work as she is a single mom and needed her job. Miss Faraji was terrified and then turned to her coworker to discuss the situation. The two decided that because Mr. Bayless was a powerful man and Fox protected powerful men like Mr. Dixon, it would only be to her detriment to report the issue. The two decided that Miss Faraji needed to be kind toward Mr. Bayless or risk her job. As a single mother who relied on her job to support her son, Miss Faraji felt that she had no choice. I don't know about all that. She felt that she had no choice because she knew she wasn't going to get a better job than that. That's really the issue. This is why Me Too is really pointless to me. The reason why I find Me Too, the movement, is pointless, because when it comes down to it, if the executive is powerful enough, if the woman is working at the right company, she's not going to say anything. No disrespect, and I'm not trying to blame the victim here, but I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not trying to blame the victim here, but it seems like they're quicker to do it. Like if it's at like at a lower stake type job, you know what I mean? Or if it's at a regular corporate office job, they're quick to call you a creep and all this stuff. But it seems like the dudes with actual power, the ones that they're saying that are getting away with it, they seem to still get away with it, even post to Me Too. So what's the point? You know what I mean? What's the point? It really only did more. Oh, shout out to Pyro with this comment. It's like he read my mind. So Pyro says Me Too did more damage than to the people they try to protect. And I love it. And he said, and I love it. It really, all it did was damage really the average working man or just the average working woman, really, to the people that actually matter, because to the regular people, it just seemed like it hurt us more. And it seems like the people with power were still able to just continue continue as continue like nothing's happening. And I bet you Miss Faraji, I know she's doing this lawsuit now, but I bet you, who's to say, look, man, who's to say, because Miss Faraji's a single mom, so that's already a red flag number one. Who's to say if Mr. Dixon chose, say if Mr. Dixon met with Miss Faraji first, who's to say she wouldn't have acted like Joy Taylor does? Who's to say? Who's to say? You know, that's the unfortunate part. Pyro said, "Watch your tone, boy." Yeah, I used to, yo, but like, like I remember one ref I got that from, but that was from an American ref. Like when it comes to soccer, you need to hope that you need to hope that you get a non-American ref. I'm not saying he's gonna get all the calls right, but he's not gonna give you like a red card or a yellow card off of emotion or off of past experiences. Like the refs that I liked the most were the Eastern European refs, because they were very lenient. I'm not saying the American refs were no good, but there's a lot of American refs that didn't really know what they were doing, and they were very sensitive. Like I could like pick up they were sensitive. I remember trying to talk to one ref when I was like a senior in my high school for for a club team I was playing when I was 17. And I came to him I'm talking about very calmly, like I always do. And I just asked, wait, why did I get a yellow card for so and so? And he was just like, get out of my face. And I was like, oh, okay. And I made sure I stayed far away from the ref because he was already on one. And I was like, you know what? I'd even try to tell nothing to my teammates. I was like, I knew this referee on one. He's trying to give somebody a red card today. And lo and behold, later on in the match, one of my opponents, he didn't even do anything, bro. He did nothing. I'm telling you, the guy was an opponent of mine who I knew, mind you. He did nothing. All he did a bad tackle, whatever. And he just goes in the ref. He's just like, what are you doing? He didn't curse or nothing. He just said, what do you do? He gave him a straight red, dog. Straight red. I was like, wow. I was like, sheesh. But a lot of American refs, they just, but if that happened with like a Eastern European ref, he would have tried to sun him, but in a calm way. But he wouldn't have given him a yellow, or he probably given him a yellow card for a tackle, but not for going in his face per se. But what my opponent didn't realize, you're a black dude, you bigger than everybody else on the field. The guy was like 6'2", 6'4". He towered over most of us on that field. If you going up to that ref in any type of aggressive manner, this is not a non-American ref. This is a white American ref. Already, and he's on one. He's pissy. I already knew he was pissy. I was like, oh, this dude's, I'm not even gonna try. He got straight red. Straight red. My opponent, mind you. Straight red. Straight red. He's a person, you can tell he doesn't know how to talk to people. You know what I mean? If you know what I mean, you gotta get a ref that actually was good at the game. Like if you have an American ref, you need to have a ref that when he played, he was actually good at it. So he kind of knows how the game flows and all that stuff. But anyways, You got to be really careful. Like I always like the non-American refs that I had because they didn't take things like personally. You know what I mean? But anyways, let me see. Miss Faraji has her hours cut after going on medical leave. So I guess this is where the disability part comes in. So I'm not even going to go into that. Oh, they saying Miss Peretti. Wow. So they saying that Miss Peretti would make fun of her because of what happened to her. Let's see. He said couldn't move for nearly 40 days. So she hurt her back at work. I already okay. So I know exactly what happened. I know exactly what happened. I'm reading it. So she hurt her back at work in November 2017. She couldn't move for 40 days. She received works comp. Then I'm seeing Miss Peretti's name in this. And basically, when she went to HR, Miss Peretti was trying to play with her schedule. And the reason why Miss Peretti was playing with her schedule was probably because she looked at her as one of Mr. Dixon's bust down. So she probably was like, Mr. Dixon probably tried anal and you couldn't move for 40 days. Oh man, that's crazy. So they said Miss Peretti yelled at her, made fun of her, and bullied her. Miss Peretti told Miss Faraji that she did not like her and could fire her at any time. Yep. Let's see. Throughout her tenure at Fox, Mr. Cowherd was professional and respectful of Miss Faraji and her co-workers. Okay, so it looks like Colin Cowherd is clean. Oh man, that's crazy. Interesting. He says in approximately summer 2018, Miss Taylor was moved from Undisputed to Colin Cowherd show. Miss Taylor requested Miss Faraji to do her hair. Colin Cowherd also requested Miss Faraji to do his hair. Thus, every day Miss Faraji would do Mr. Bayless's hair. Because Undisputed and Colin Cowherd show, it was basically it's on the same set. It's on the same set. Um they said that, yeah, so she said that Mr. Cowherd was professional and respectful to Miss Faraji and her coworkers. So you know what, guys? I think Faraji might have some whoever this Miss Faraji woman is, I think she's not lying. Because usually when women go on a suing rampage, they start naming all types of names and they start throwing every man under the bus. No, she was like, no, not him. He was good. He was good. So you know what, guys, this might be a first on this. History might be made on this show, dog. I'm not saying she's telling the truth about everything though. That the some of the Skip Bayless stuff, I don't know about that. I don't know, but for her to make sure she's very clear that like, look, he didn't do nothing. It was him, and her. And everybody else was basically afraid of them because they had power. But she didn't let no female accomplices off the hook either. This might be a first. This might be a first. Hurt her back at work. Yeah, right. We all know what happened. Chris, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's the thing. I will say this. You know what would help me believe Miss Faraji better? If she was honest and said that, yo, I was screwing around with somebody else at work, but I just didn't like when he did this to me. Then I would 100% believe her. I'm talking about I would 110% believe her. You know what I mean when I say that? Like she needs to admit that, like, yo, like I'm not saying she did, but she needs, like, if she were to come out and say, look, I did have a sexual relationship with this dude at work, but these other people, they were foul. I would 110% believe her. But right now, I'm leaning more 60 to 70%, meaning I believe a lot of what's being said on here, but especially about Joy Taylor. I believe that. Everything about Joy Taylor, I believe that. I believe that. And that also means that I have to also believe what she said about Mr. Dixon. But it looks like the Skip Bayless line that's the one that's making headlines because Skip Bayless is the most famous out of Charlie Dixon and Joy Taylor. So they're using Skip Bayless as the headline, but it looks like Charlie Dixon and Joy Taylor were the main culprits. And it looks like Joy Taylor's like betrayal is what's kind of like outside of the wages. It looks like there's a damaged relationship between Joy Taylor and her, and that's why she's going scorched earth with the lawsuit. Pyro said this is gonna make history. Yeah, this might make history, man. Yeah, she needs to be more honest. Yep. Pyro says she should be more honest 100%, if not at least 90%. I would give her the benefit of the doubt because, yeah, a lot of these lawsuits, they don't be honest. They don't be like, look, I was messing with Pookie and then I was messing with the photographer. I liked him. I just didn't like when so and so did this to me. I didn't like that. Then I would believe, because they always, the way when females make these lawsuits, they always make it like they were the angel and everybody else was the devil. Now, what's helping me believe her is she's making sure the people that weren't a part of the nonsense, she's being very specific, like, nah. Colin Coward wasn't a part of it. Shannon Sharp wasn't a part of it. You know what I mean? There were other females that were there and they had to leave because of so and so. Like, she doesn't make it like she was the only good one. You know what I mean? So I'm favoring her a little bit. I'm favoring her a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. This, like I said, this might be a first in the history of this show. Because most of these like literally all the lawsuits that we cover, especially when it comes to sexual harassment, it always be cap. It always be cap. Oh man. Let me see. Around this time, after learning of Miss Taylor and Mr. Dixon's sexual relationship, Miss Taylor's then fiance broke off the engagement and threatened to go public with all that he knew. On information and belief, Mr. Dixon paid for the wedding deposits in an informal exchange for her fiance's silence. Yo, that's crazy. So Joy Taylor's fiance was gonna go public about her being a hoe on Fox Sports set, but Dixon was like, you know what? My bad. Let me pay for the wedding that you paid. Let me just let me just give this dude this. I bet you just wrote that off. Like, he says, let's just give this guy so he can just go. First of all, he probably doesn't even have respect for Joy Taylor's fiance, just in general, because he probably heard that story about her leaving Miami, leaving the husband in Miami for her to go to Los Angeles. He probably is like, this dude is a plump simp anyways. He said, this guy probably has no balls. He said, let me just pay her off, pay off her fiance real quick. Just write this check. Okay, they say Mr. Diaz, whoever that is. Okay, that's just a staff member being allegedly racist. I'm not going to go over that. Okay, it says section I, Miss Taylor again using her sexuality to go on a show. Oh, Okay, guys, this is the one that I was talking about. This is the one where I was saying, like, yo, please pay attention to this when it comes to the Me Too movement, the fall of Rome, women weaponizing their sexuality, sleeping their way to the top. If they don't get their way, they're gonna threaten the bosses that they were being being inappropriate with their position. So please, yeah, please pay attention to this paragraph right here. Miss Taylor, again, using her sexuality to get on a show. In approximately February 2020, Miss Taylor asked Miss Faraji to meet her for lunch in Beverly Hills. When Miss Faraji arrived, she found Miss Taylor with a man, Emmanuel Acho. So anybody that doesn't know, Emmanuel Acho, he has a show. He used to have a show with Joy Taylor, but then they ended up having separate shows. So now Emmanuel Acho has his own show called The Facility with Chase Daniels, uh, LaShawn McCoy, and James Jones, right? Which I like that show too, mind you. By the way, Joy Taylor's show is Speak for Yourself. That show is unwatchable. I'm not gonna lie. It's unwatchable because Joy Taylor, she just all she does is repeats the stuff that she heard from somebody else. she sounds really unsure of herself when she talks. Anyways, let's see here. Miss Faraji did not know Mr. Acho, but could tell that the two were romantically involved. So that just means that as the hairdresser, she knew that they were screwing around. A few months after meeting Mr. Acho at the lunch, Miss Faraji noticed him in the hallway while at work. Miss Faraji later asked Miss Taylor if Mr. Acho also worked at Fox. Miss Taylor confirmed and explained that she wanted Mr. Acho to eventually recommend her on the show Speak for Yourself. Miss Faraji became alarmed and warned Miss Taylor that she should probably not sleep with Mr. Dixon and Mr. Acho at the same time, as Mr. Dixon is a very powerful man that may become very angry. Miss Taylor told her not to worry about it. She explained that she was also now powerful, and once Mr. Dixon was no longer useful to her, she would follow through on her plan to tell the company that he forced himself on her. She would not allow herself to be forced out by Mr. Dixon like other women talent. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is why this show exists. This is why this show exists. I'm talking about my show. This is why I say there is no grape culture in college. When I told you guys my RP show, my RP origin story, this is similar. Very, very similar. Very, very similar. This is why this show exists, because I will tell you on the show that women do stuff like this. Hold on, let me show you something on Twitter, because this is where I first saw this. I first saw this on Twitter, and I was like, no, let me read this whole thing right quick. Let me show you something on Twitter with this, because I'm gonna show you that specific part on Twitter and the reactions of the people. Right? So right here. Right here, right here, right here, right here, right here, right here. Right here. So this is the section right here where I just read. This is the section I just read. And the part that they're focusing on is the part that I just read, where she goes, watch this, watch this. She said, she explained that she was also now powerful, and once Mr. Dixon was no longer useful to her, she would follow through on her plan to tell the company that he forced himself on her. She would not allow herself to be forced out by Mr. Dixon like other women talent. Now, anybody that's been on my channel, y'all know I talk about stuff like this all the time, how women premeditate sleeping with certain people and asking favors for that person. And if they don't follow through and if the person doesn't follow through on the favors, they'd say, "Oh, he did this to me. He sexually harassed me. Me too." Right? They start spreading rumors about him, or they start suing that person for money. And I keep telling you, the origins of that is they target those men of power, they sleep with them, and then they force them to pay on the back end, right? Now, when I say this on my channel, people say, "Oh, you being paranoid, and oh, you don't even have money," because it's not just about money. Like, this is what women do in life. Even like I told you, people do this even at Wendy's, dog. They do this at McDonald's. They will sleep with the manager, sleep with the supervisor, ask the supervisors for favors, ask the supervisor to give them a ride home and all this stuff, and ask them for promotions. And if he doesn't follow through, she's gonna start saying, "Oh, he forced himself upon me," and all this stuff. This stuff is premeditated. This is evil, and people just act like women would never do something like this. Now, the reason why I'm showing you the Twitter post, because I want you to I want to show you the reactions from the normies. So right here, from OG Slim, he said, "Fam, Joy Taylor is a snake. She was plotting the lawsuit in advance. Oh my God. You see how shocked he is?" Let's scroll down. Right here, you see somebody said this part might be actually made up because it's no way she is this diabolical. Just no way. This man is in denial. He said there's no he said this part might actually be made up. And if you're a follower of this channel, this might be the most truthful part of the whole lawsuit. This part I believe the most out of all of the stuff on the lawsuit. I believe that the most because I know women are capable of doing stuff like that. But there's still a lot of men out here that think women are not that diabolical. You know what I mean? Truth Hunter's funny for that. The hurt back because she's smashing a married guy other than that looking legit. Yeah, her hurting her back. Yeah, Miss Faraji hurting her back. That doesn't look good. The jokes are gonna be flying throughout corporate. Anyways. Oh yeah, this happens. This stuff happens at Sportsnet or ESPN. Why do you think Molly has had the position for so long that she's had it for? Stephen A. Smith can't kick her off the show unless he wants to get sued to Kingdom Come. He can't kick her off the show. He's gonna have a major lawsuit on his hands, and he's gonna cost ESPN a lot of money. So much so that the ESPN would probably have to fire Stephen A. Smith. That's the kind of collateral damage, you know? Mm. Pyro said that's why the gaming industry is done for, because all those college girls and feminists live like Auntie Sarkison. What do you? I'm confused on that. What's it? Auntie Sarkison? Meaning what? You're gonna have to explain that a little bit. But I'm hoping you're assuming that the college girls and the feminists they basically target men of power, sleep with them, and move up in the game, basically. And that's what they do. He said, "I don't remember her name, but I remember I did that story. Remember when I showed you the female that was pushing all this stuff in like Disney, and I was telling people I was like, hate effing is a thing with these executives. Like they'll still sleep with these people and just so they can say that they conquered one of those these people like a trophy, even though it's going to cost them in the back end. But at the end of the day, they can say, "Hey, I screwed her." You know what I mean? So that yeah, that's yeah. But when you look through the comments, they're just shocked. They're like, "There's no way." He says, "Shut these sports channels down." My goodness. He said she was going to pull a Me Too. Exactly. Said she about to be fired. Somebody said, "I wake up to this and it's just insane." And you see somebody else, they say, "Nah, there's no way." But people think that women are not that calculating. There's a reason, like, there's a reason why we tell dudes, yo, stop sleeping with your ex, right? Stop sleeping with your ex girl. Stop sleeping with your ex wife, or don't sleep with the help at work, because they're going to use that against you, because they're going to ask for favors. And if you don't grant them favors, now, obviously, this is an extreme example, but then what's going to start happening? You're going to start having rumors being spread around about you. If you don't return the favor, she's asking, you're screwing with her. You just thinking you're just sleeping with her. You're getting away with it. All of a sudden, her boyfriend finds out, and all of a sudden, you got a fight waiting for you. She did that on purpose. She did that on purpose because she didn't get her way. She had a whole boyfriend at home. You thought she was never going to tell her boyfriend. She asked for money from you. You said no. All of a sudden, she tells her boyfriend, "Oh yeah, will you forgive me?" Knowing that her boyfriend is going to get mad and look for you. These things are premeditated, man. Premeditated. People think women are not that diabolical. They just think that men just are like these evil geniuses. They just think that women could never do something like that. And I'm like, yes. When women are sleep, like most things that women sleep, like most times that women are sleeping with men, they're not doing it for pleasure. They're doing it to get something. For the most part, when it comes to pleasure, women know who to find to get pleasure sex from. They already have that guy saved on a different number and all this stuff. Most women are using sex as a exchange to get something out of something. If she doesn't get what she wants, she's gonna make sure you pay for it. She's gonna make sure you pay for it, whether it be a fake Me Too case, whether it be she spread a rumor about you doing something, whether it be set you up next time she with you, when she starts stealing stuff from you, you're gonna pay for it. Most women don't use sex for pleasure. That's something that a lot of guys they don't understand. Oh, okay, so it's a Canadian. I'll I'll look up that story at a later time. Said I hate that 304. She was a confirmed 304 because she did webcam for money. Oh, I guess this was known thought. But anyways, back to the story. That paragraph, I hope we need to save this paragraph. We need to save this section. This section right here of the lawsuit, right here. Miss Taylor using her sexuality to get on a show. This whole section right here, this needs to be like archived in the, you know, like this needs to be saved. This needs to be saved right here. Because all people could say is this can't be true. That's all their argument in the comments, like, there's no way that's true. And we've been telling people for years this is the stuff that happens. Like this, come on now. Most women don't use sex for pleasure, especially in the industry. Especially, oh yeah, especially in the you're dealing with an industry woman. She's using her punani to get through the game. Bottom line, no ifs, ands, or uts. No if, ands, or buts about it. Now, and shout out to her, Miss Faraji, because she's not trying to paint Emmanuel Acho in a bad light. She's just saying that look, she's basically saying Miss Joy Taylor was basically using Emmanuel Acho. That's basically what she's saying here. Because she's not saying that Emmanuel Acho was a predator. She was just saying Joy Taylor is trying to use people like him to get through the game so she can get what she wants. In approximately September 2022, Miss Taylor started to work on Speak for Yourself. Miss Taylor requested Miss Faraji to do her hair. Now, the thing is, with these hairdressers, they will still befriend these diabolical women and still be in their camp as long as they're still hired to do their hair. You know what I mean? You know what I mean when I say that? But something usually happens outside of just firing her for, like, outside of just not hiring her to do hair anymore. Something usually personal happens where the woman will get involved in the hairdresser's personal life, and then that's when the hairdresser will decide to start spilling the tea. A lot of the times it's not just necessarily, oh, she don't hire me no more, so I'm just going to start lying on her. No. A lot of the times what will happen is the hairdresser just thinks, okay, I'm going to just still do her hair because she got clout, she got money, whatever. But what will happen is the woman will get involved in the hairdresser's personal life, and then that's when the final straw has been broken. When the woman will affect the hairdresser's personal life in the same way that the woman does to everybody else, and that's when she'd be like, "Oh hell no," because really the hairdressers are, your barbers, your hairdressers, they're supposed to be untouched from the drama. They're supposed to be remember on Luke Cage, the Netflix series Luke Cage, they called the barbershop Switzerland, right? That's supposed to be like almost like the watering hole. It's supposed to be the spot where you go in there, you don't touch the barber. The barber remains unharmed. The hairdresser remains unharmed. You know what I mean? They're supposed to be Switzerland, right? But if their personal life start getting affected, then they start spilling the tea because they're supposed to be untouched, you know? Okay. And then more drama with her and Miss Peretti. Oh, Lord have mercy. We'll skip that. Okay. So let's get into more Skip Bayless stuff. Section K, Miss Faraji believes she has cancer and conveys this to Mr. Bayless in an attempt to stop his advances, only to have him offer $1.5 million to have sex. Okay. Over the years, Mr. Bayless continued to make advances on Miss Faraji. For example, lingering hugs, kisses on the cheek, and inappropriate comments that he could change her life if she acquiesced to having sex. Miss Faraji would always make excuses regarding her son, politely change the subject or make a joke, anything to keep Mr. Bayless appeased and her job safe. In July 2021, Miss Faraji developed issues with her left ovary and was advised it could be cancer. With a fourth biopsy scheduled, she explained her situation to Mr. Bayless, hoping that he would take pity on her and cease his advances. Instead, Mr. Bayless told her that he wanted to be with her, Miss Faraji panicked and began rambling that there were cameras everywhere and that she has a child and that she does not want him. Mr. Bayless then grabbed her hands, began kissing them, and offered her $1.5 million to have sex. Miss Faraji made an excuse to leave. That I find unbelievable because it just sounds bizarre. I've never heard of nothing like that. But you know what? It sounds so bizarre that it might be true. It sounds so like I've never heard nothing like that in my life. What? $1.5 million to have. So she tells she tells Skip, I got cancer in hopes that he would feel bad and he would stop trying to pursue her. And instead of him stopping, he goes further. So basically, Skip basically fell in love. So what she wants me to believe is Skip fell in love with a thick Muslim bitch who already has a kid and a thick single mom Muslim bitch and is willing to throw everything on the line, so much so he offered her $1.5 million just to be with her. That sounds bizarre. That can't be true. Like that. There's got to be more to that. There's got to be more to that story. Unless if she's leaving out the part that they were screwing around. But there's also another part of the lawsuit where they're saying that her job was threatened because she didn't sleep with Skip. So that just sounds bizarre. I've never heard of nothing like that in my life. Ever. Ever. Let me see. Truth Hunter said she didn't give me a good tip. She slept with my hidden boy Tori or husband. She said I did a bad job, etc. Oh yeah, with that Luke Cage. Yeah, that's why they called the barbershop Switzerland, and that's why the villain of the show, that Marshala Ali, he had told one of his goons to send a message to Pops, but he didn't think he was going to shoot up the barbershop. So when Marshala Ali found out he shot up the barbershop, he killed him. He deleted the dude that shot up the barbershop. Now that, like, yeah, that, ninjas would do something stupid like that. Shoot up a barbershop. Do you know how many ninjas is relying on that barbershop to look good? Bruh. It's usually the barbershops, it's usually the barbers are untouched, the mailmen, you know what I mean? The Amazon, like, you know what I mean? But even in the hood, Amazon trucks aren't safe in certain hoods. So, you know what I mean? So it's usually the mailmen. You leave the mailmen alone. You definitely leave the barbers alone. Especially in ninjadom, you leave the barbers alone. But then when it comes to females, women, usually the nail salon, well, or I'll say, but specifically the hair salon, they're supposed to be safe. They're supposed to be untouched. Excuse me. He said, "Oh, only one I remember was the one that had three people." Nah, I guess because that Luke Cage. Because in Luke Cage, Marshala Ali, who played the villain, he tells the goons, "Yo, we need to send Pops, the barbershop, the barber that ran the barber shop, a message." So usually when you send a barber shop or a barber a message, if he's not paying his dues, whatever, to the guy, what they usually do, they'll like probably throw a brick at the place. They'll break the windows. They might, you know, rob the place per se, look for the safe, but the barbers themselves, they don't get touched. It's just them sending a message. But the one of the goons took it too far and actually shot up the barber shop with pops in it. I was just like, this gotta be the stupidest ninja on one of the stupidest ninjas in New York. But obviously, I know it's a fictional show, but like in real life, there's no way somebody would be that stupid to shoot up, not only shoot up the barber shop, but also shoot the barber that's doing people's hair, the best barber in the spot, the dude that's responsible for making sure everybody looks straight, their hairline is straight. His barber, mind you, the villain's barber, mind you. And once he found out, he threw the gang member off the building. He threw the goon off the building because he was bragging about shooting up the spot too. I'm like, this guy's an idiot. I'm like, this guy's a plump fool. But with these, these single raised men ninjas, you could see something like that happening, where they shoot up and injure the best barber on the block. I could see them doing something stupid like that. Because people don't understand, like in these hood ninja barbershops, it be still celebrities. They'll pull through. They'll rent out the spot and make sure nobody comes in, but they'll pull up just to make sure that their favorite barber lines them up. This is serious business, especially with ninjas in their hairline. They take this very seriously, man. I'm talking about, it'll be celebrities. They have to go to a hood. You know what I mean? They have to. That's why they make sure, for the most part, what they say: athletes, musicians, don't touch them. Especially like if they're in high school, especially after when Benji Wilson, that Chicago high school phenom, in the 70s or 80s, when he got shot, and that made ripple news like throughout America. For the most part, when you go through hoods, they will tell the whoever's the gang leader, they will tell these dudes, don't touch the athletes, don't touch the high school athletes, don't touch the young musicians. Make sure the young rappers that are famous, make sure the young rappers are not perpetrating a lifestyle. That's what they would like tell the young gang members under them, right? And they also tell them, don't touch the barbers, don't touch the mailmen. You know what I mean? There's still some semblance of, there's still certain people you can't touch. You know what I mean? They're supposed to be untouched. Let's go back to the paperwork. So right here, it says approximately 1 week later, Mr. Bayless made another advance at Miss Faraji. Miss Faraji responded, Skip, stop, you have a wife. Mr. Bayless responded, aren't you Muslim? Doesn't your dad have three to four wives? Miss Faraji responded that her father was dead, and when Mr. Bayless looked taken aback, she made an excuse to leave. Okay, section I, Miss Faraji's job is threatened because she does not sleep with Mr. Bayless. On April 12, 2022, Mr. Bayless texted Miss Faraji, I'm good today. That text means that he would not be coming in for hair or makeup. On April 13th, so the next day, Mr. Bayless texted Miss Faraji, not comfortable coming down there. Just do what you need to do. It's okay. Miss Faraji asked him what was wrong. He replied, same stuff, worse. Miss Faraji, concerned about her own job, walked to Mr. Bayless' fitting room to see if everything was okay. Mr. Bayless answered the door, and before Miss Faraji could speak, he began to angrily accuse Miss Faraji of effing Mr. Sharp. So that's Shannon Sharp. So Skip Bayless was mad. So when she turned him down, Skip Bayless kind of went cold on her. She tried to reach out to see if he was good. She meets him in person at the job site. At the job site, not at his house. That's what makes this believable. At the job site, and Skip accuses her of sleeping with Mr. Shannon Sharp. Miss Faraji tried to explain that she did not have any feelings towards Mr. Sharp and had never slept with him or any other talent member or employee at Fox. But before she could speak, Mr. Bayless demanded she come to his car after the show. Miss Faraji responded that she could not come sit in his car as if it was inappropriate. Mr. Bayless grew irate and then left. You know what? Before I continue on, we gotta find what we need a picture of this woman. We need a picture of this woman. Hold on for a second. Because Skip Bayless acting real thirsty, allegedly, if this is true. Like really thirsty. Hold on. What's her name? Faraji. We gotta find what's her name? Her full name. So let me see. Who's Faraji? We gotta find out what her picture. We gotta find out her picture. I gotta find her picture, bro. This make no damn sense. This make no sense. He said she's voluptuous. Okay, she was thick. All right. Ain't no way all these people going crazy. It's but specifically Skip Bayless. I know it's enough. Maybe it's enough for Mr. Dixon to hit on her a little bit. But Skip Bayless is losing his marbles over this broad. Apparently, according to her. Come on, we gotta have there's gotta be at least a picture of the broad. We gotta find her full name. Okay, so okay, so they do have her name, Noushin Faraji. So it's not Jane Doe, it's not anonymous. So this is why I'm like, there might be some truth in this lawsuit, dog. There might be some truth in this lawsuit. There might be some truth to this. So Noushin Faraji. That's her full name. We got to find a picture of her. We got to find a picture of Noushin Faraji, dog. Who is Noushin Faraji? Hmm? Why are they showing pictures of Rachel Nichols? They showing like they just who's Noushin? Who the hell is Noushin Faraji? Uh-oh. I think I found her. Let me see. I think I found her Instagram. Oh, she don't I don't even think she puts her she don't even put her face on there. She just puts oh yeah, this so okay. I found her page, but they don't really show her. She doesn't show herself on the page. I see her profile a little bit, but they don't show her. Oh, let me see. I think oh, this is Okay, I found her. So this is so right here. Most of her page is just like it's just her showing off her clients. So you see Rachel Nichols here. You see Rachel Nichols. You see Lay, right? So she's more famous for like doing these people's hair. I'm trying to find her though and trying to do a zoom in. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't seem like I can find her. I can't find her for the most part. Oh, I think this is her. I think this is her. Skip Bayless going crazy over that.
Y'all tuned in on FS1.
Was it 30? Yeah, he'll turn that one out by 25 plus. Or maybe. I think this is her. I think this is her. And by the way, from the looks of it looks like she only does ninjas. Oh no. I'm trying to find a picture of her though. I can't find a picture of her. Oh, so yeah, this it looks like this is the only picture of her. I don't even think I could do a zoom in. Let me see. Go to post. So yeah, this is her. So yeah, she is voluptuous per se, but that's the only picture that I see. Somebody said $1.5 million is an egregious overpay. Somebody said I would have even paid $20 is wild work. So this is her. But I'll say this: she do look like Skip Bayless type. Because if you look at Skip Bayless' wife, you know what? Let me leave her out of that. But she do look like Skip Bayless type. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Oh man. Anywho, man, I'm like, man, there's no way she think he going crazy over this. But anyways, it says on April 14th, 2022, Mr. Bayless texts Miss Faraji, if you're distracted tomorrow, I'll wait till Monday, but I can't keep doing this. Miss Faraji told him that she was very confused. Mr. Bayless responded, trust me, I'm far more confused. Miss Faraji then explained over text that she is not sleeping with Mr. Sharp. Mr. Bayless did not respond. You know what? Let's look at Noushin Faraji one more time. She strikes me as the type that she only sleeps with black men. I don't know what it is. She strikes me as the type where I need to see the race of her. It's like I remember watching that on Undead Chronic. He goes, I need to see the race of the kid. I need to see the race of the kid. She strikes me as the type where she only sleeps with black men. Because for her to rep her, I'm a Muslim and all this stuff. What? She we need to do like some real like investigations on her per se. Quick trip for a private client. Whoa, she not making herself look good there. He said, didn't know Skip would send a jet. Yo, that she should delete this post. That don't make her look good right here. What ninja like, you know what? She strikes, I don't know. I think she strikes me as the type that she sleep with ninjas only. I don't know what it is about her. She strikes me as the type that she only sleeps with ninjas. I'm talking about ninjas only. I know white girls like that. Where they can kind of like see, nah, that's not her. But I need more evidence though. I need more evidence. Because they're not really showing her. Let's see, Daily Mail. Oh, yeah, didn't the Daily Mail have a picture of her? Okay, yeah, that's the only picture they got of her, and then they say that she's a single mom. That's okay. You see, this is where I'm like, okay, she's. That's why I'm thinking she only messed with ninjas because I'm like, okay, white blonde girl, no man in sight, but she's a single mom. She's alleged. She's allegedly a Muslim. She sleeps with black men. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. I'm sorry. She sleeps with black men. There's no way around it. Ah man, that's why Skip is like, you're sleeping with Shannon Sharp, aren't you? And that's why she probably rejected a lot of the other advances from the other dudes because you're not my type. Yo, and she's putting everything on front street like she's a ninja herself. Hmm. Let's look at the chat real quick. Okay, back to the lawsuit. April 15th. So the next day after that, Mr. Bayless texted Miss Faraji, do you still want to do the haircut or just move on? Miss Faraji responded that she doesn't want to move on from her job and that she will continue doing his hair. Bruh, I don't know why you would still want to do his hair after all that, but you know. On April 16th, the next day after that, Mr. Bayless called Miss Faraji. Miss Faraji did not answer the call because she was scared. So why would you still? Anyways, she then called him back 10 minutes later. On the call, Mr. Bayless again angrily accused Miss Faraji of sleeping with Mr. Sharp, aka Shannon Sharp, Hall of Fame tight end, and said that she could tell from her body language that she was sleeping with him. Miss Faraji tried to explain that she was kind to all talent, and that included laughing and engaging in conversation. Miss Faraji then asked if he was yelling at her because she refused to go to his car. Mr. Bayless answered that she shouldn't talk to him like that. Miss Faraji replied that she could respond however she wanted. Mr. Bayless then angrily stated that he heard her talk to Mr. Sharp about her vajayjay. Miss Faraji knew this to be untrue and was embarrassed and angry. Oh. Oh Lord. So why say embarrassed? Okay. Miss Faraji responded that even if she had been dating Mr. Sharp, which she wasn't, it shouldn't matter at all because she only had a professional relationship with Mr. Bayless. Okay. April 17th, Miss Faraji arrived in a makeup room approximately 12 feet by 30 feet, containing 3 makeup and hair sections. Turned on the recording device, put it on the table, and waited for setting his ass up, waiting for Mr. Bayless to arrive. In the meantime, two of Miss Faraji's co-workers who were privy to Mr. Bayless' actions went into other talent members' rooms adjacent to the makeup room to listen into the conversation. Mr. Bayless then arrived in the makeup room for Miss Faraji to cut his hair in accordance with his regular schedule. Mr. Bayless knew that the makeup room was always recorded and clearly states this room is bugged. During their conversation, and she probably made it obvious too. What is the problem, Mr. Bayless? Is there something that you would like to tell me, like you told me yesterday, April 14th, 2022? I won't tell anyone. This conversation is just between me and you. Says this room is bugged. During their conversation, Mr. Bayless stated that he would hate for her to lose her job, but she can't be doing a big thing with my arch rival. She responded by reiterating that being polite to Mr. Sharp is part of her job. Mr. Bayless responded, Bull BS, BS, BS. I am calling BS on you. Now that does sound like something that Skip would say. I'm not even gonna lie. Skip then warned that he doesn't want her to lose her job over this. Miss Faraji responded that she wasn't going to lose her job because she is a great hairdresser. Skip responded, I have love for you and I have for 6 years and you hurt me and you are ruining this. Interesting. Miss Faraji again responded that she must be polite to all talent. Mr. Bayless then implied that if he stopped requesting her, it would affect her job. Miss Faraji responded that she is scheduled to work every morning at 5:45 a.m. and if he would like to get his hair done, he is welcome to sit in her chair. Mr. Bayless continued to threaten her job. Miss Faraji knew that he was trying to pressure her into sleeping with him, but she kept repeating that she was a professional that had to be kind to all talent. I would like to hear that recording too myself. I need to hear it because she said that she had that recorded. So we're going to need to hear that. On April 21st, 2022, Mr. Bayless asked if Miss Faraji would come to his home to color his hair, a side job that Miss Faraji previously would partake in when Mr. Bayless' wife was home. Okay, interesting. She adds that on this occasion, with her therapist's help, she conveyed that she would no longer be going to his home. Good, good. Okay, all right. The following week, Mr. Bayless arrived in the makeup room as if their conversations never happened, but Miss Faraji remained on edge. Miss Faraji had worsening nightmares regarding the incidents that took place with Mr. Bayless. Miss Faraji therapist started using eye movement desensitization, desensitization and reprocessing to talk through her interactions with Mr. Bayless. I need to find out what that is. I'm gonna ask all things serious what that means. My guy, all things serious. I'm gonna ask him what that means. Okay. And I think that will be it. Oh, actually, this might be important. It says in October 2021, Miss Faraji's friendship with Miss Taylor ended. Miss Taylor then began insulting Miss Faraji on a personal and professional level. In early June 2023, the treatment reached a breaking point as Miss Taylor began openly mocking Miss Faraji's English. Huh. Let me see. Exclaiming that she could not understand Miss Faraji's accent and complaining about Miss Faraji's humming, an involuntarily subconscious coping mechanism for her diagnosed PTSD. Miss Taylor then began stating that she needed a black hairstylist. Yikes. Miss Faraji and her co-workers who noticed the harsh interactions hoped that Fox could see through the facade as Miss Faraji had been doing Miss Taylor's hair for approximately 7 years at Miss Taylor's own request without any complaint and had been working on textured hair for decades. Miss Faraji's June 1st, 2023 diary entry states she's been acting like because I'm not black, I'm stupid. She keeps saying black girls' hair should be done like this, not how you do it. I've been doing hair for 7 years. She keeps making me feel that my English is not good. She keeps making comments like, oh, white girls are dumb. Uh-oh. Like I said, when it comes to Joy Taylor, I don't think she's lying. I don't think she's lying about Joy Taylor. On June 7 days that the company knows about the racism. So the racism and discrimination stuff is it's on Joy Taylor. That really should be the headline. I don't know why Skip Bayless is really the headline. Joy Taylor misses black black empowerment and female empowerment was being racist to Miss Faraji about her accent and her being a white. Okay. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, so and then she was also later on accused of having sex with Mr. Bayless. By who? Oh, okay. So in a meeting, Miss Faraji accidentally admitted that Emmanuel Acho and Joy Taylor were sleeping together. Okay, this is important because this is why they had to kind of split. That's why they had to have their own separate shows. So it wasn't even really due to a breakup. It looks like that Miss Faraji probably thought that the people in charge knew, but they didn't know, and that got them in trouble. And this is why Miss Taylor turned on her. Okay, this makes sense. He says in mid-July 2023, Anna Drucker, Fox Sports Vice President of Employee Relations, asked Ms. Faraji for a meeting. At the meeting, Ms. Drucker asked if Ms. Taylor was having a sexual relationship with Mr. Acho. Ms. Faraji admitted that the two were in a sexual relationship. Ms. Faraji shared this information because she didn't think it was a big deal. She said Miss Taylor and Mr. Acho had similar amounts of power at this time, and because she didn't think Miss Taylor or Mr. Acho would physically harm her for providing this information. Okay. Said on July 31st, Kelsey Doe, Ms. Doe, employee relations, asked Miss Faraji for a meeting. At the meeting, Ms. Doe told Ms. Faraji that there had been complaints of her humming. Ms. Faraji explained that her humming is an involuntary subconscious coping mechanism for her PTSD, and that everyone on Fox knew she hummed. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so she got interrogated. Okay. Yikes. Mr. Faraji learns that Mr. Dixon wants her fired. Miss Faraji let it know she'll be support a co-worker. Miss Faraji is fired. So, okay, so she got fired on June 24th, 2024. So basically, after Undisputed basically went off air, she was like, oh, shoot, my time must be off. Damn. So basically, after Undisputed was taken off air, Miss Faraji was fired. Oh, okay. So, oh, okay. So apparently, Mr. Bayless. Wow. Okay. So Mr. Bayless basically encouraged her to sue Charlie Dixon. Okay. Wow. Okay. Said at this point, Miss Faraji seeks justice. She knows that Mr. Dixon uses position of power to coerce women into having blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay, so that's it. That's basically it. I read all the most of the paperwork. I'm not going to read all the boring stuff. That will be left for me in private because this is some interesting stuff. This might be the first lawsuit that I from a woman that I'm taking seriously. Like this might be the like this is there might be a first there's a first time for everything, man. There's a first time for everything. She didn't hide her name. You know what I mean? And also she's already part of the industry, so she's not hiding. There might be something to this, guys. And I will say this, I do believe everything that she said about Joy Taylor. Everything that she said about Joy Taylor, I believe. Skip, I don't know. But she had some interesting information about Skip, basically saying that Skip encouraged her to sue Charlie Dixon, but like almost like Skip wasn't guilty himself. But Skip is that tone deaf in real life, so that's not a surprise. That is not a surprise. Oh man, that's crazy. Okay, so let me safely scroll Twitter to see if they got more for me. Ooh, right here. So, you see that? So people are looking at this, the paperwork. And he says, so Joy Taylor was gonna come out and say he raped me, and y'all was gonna believe it. Yep. Joy Taylor had that pre-planned on Mr. Dixon. She had that in the in case of emergency break glass. If Joy Taylor got let go or got fired, because I was like, why did she not get fired? I'm like, how she ain't fired yet? She offers nothing, especially not like this. First of all, there's plenty of prettier, more talented, like female co-hosts that they can pick, and she's still there. I'm like, who's she messing with? That's what I'm like, yo, who's she messing with at FS1? And it answers all these questions. He said, so Joy Taylor was gonna come out and say he raped me, and y'all was gonna believe it. Facts. Well, not me. Not me. You know what I mean? He said, this is the hairdresser. Okay, so this is another picture of the hairdresser. So yeah, she is, quote unquote, voluptuous. She's, thick. whatever that means nowadays. First of all, first of all, she looked fake as hell, but that's a whole other story. But I believe it a little bit. I believe a lot of what she's saying. Yeah, this like yeah, people talking about Emmanuel Acho, but for her to include that part where she said Joy Taylor was gonna premeditate a fake accusation. This is evil, man. This is evil stuff. This is evil stuff, man. This is evil stuff. He said, I used to pray for times like this. He said, the timeline is filled with Joy Taylor jokes. Misogyny be damned. We can talk freely about these hoes now. Facts. We can be free and talk about what these 304s be doing without what. So, what shaming language are they going to use now? Because this is a woman reporting on another woman doing this. What are they going to say now? What can they what can the Me Too broads and the effinists what can they say? You're gonna call another woman a liar in her own sexual harassment lawsuit against against multiple men? You're gonna call another woman a liar? I used to pray for times like this, man. Yo, facts. I used to pray for times like this, man. Because the evidence they what they gonna call the hairdresser, they gonna call her a liar? Yeah, Joy Taylor. Well, to me, Joy Taylor didn't really have much credibility in my opinion already, but like now, ooh wee. This Vince Carter meme is hilarious. This Vince Carter meme is hilarious. Facts. So right here, this tweet, he says there are women that will suck a you know what for a promotion. There are women who are victims. Yes, we all know this, but there are many that will blow for a promotion. That is just a fact. Women joking at work, I have heard. So do I have to who do I have to sleep with to get promoted? Yes, I have heard women say this of all ages, mind you. I've heard young women say this. I've heard middle-aged women say this. Old women say this. Married, single. I've heard women say stuff like this at work. Who do I got to sleep with to get promoted? As a joke. Even I'm talking about post Me Too, saying stuff like that. I'm like, wow. Let me see. The men are the what are you talking about? Uh-oh. Let me see. Yeah. So what's a reply to this? He said, I would if I actually took the time to read what's going on. Of course, she can't read. Most people that they be arguing for certain stuff, they don't even take the time to even read. That's not I mean, that's not a shock. That's not a shock. No, this is you see, this is why people need to read the paperwork. So this guy is saying What the F is a part-time hairdresser doing involved in all of this? But this is the problem. He didn't read the thing. She started as a part-time hairdresser, then they hired her full-time. This is why it's important to read the paperwork. And this is me calling out a guy here. Ooh, man. I remember this because I remember when Joy Taylor and Earl Watson, this when she had another engagement with the former Phoenix Suns coach, if I'm not mistaken. He was a former coach of the Phoenix Suns, and then he split from him. And then she was saying that she was a victim of domestic abuse. And I was like, that's got to be cap. I'm like, that's got to be cap. Because I remember Joy Taylor would talk about, oh yeah, I'm a victim of abuse, of domestic abuse, and blah. I'm like, who? Guys, man, that's why I always say you can't be afraid to question these stories, dog. Because I forgot that she used to always talk about, oh, I was a victim of domestic abuse and all this stuff. You have to question these things, man. Because for her to say that she had that weaponized against the executive, what else could she be lying about? She could be lying about a lot of other things. He said the excuses that are about to be made for Joy Taylor are going to be wild. Facts. It says Skip Bayless watching everybody focus on Joy Taylor's alleged shenanigans in that lawsuit instead of his. Yeah, that the stuff that the hairdresser is alleged on Skip Bayless is wild. That's wild. Okay, let me. I'll get my channel back. Hold on for a sec, man. So let me safely scroll Twitter one more time. Oh, man. Said Joy Taylor after having executive while telling women they just need to work harder to get what they want to be. Yep. Said 41-year-old woman having a nah, I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. I said Taylor Rooks watching her girl Joy Taylor get dragged. Yeah, is it Taylor Rooks? Ain't that your homegirl? Don't they have a podcast together? Don't they have a podcast together? Don't Taylor Rooks and Joy Taylor got a podcast? Taylor, yo, what you got to say about your girl? Hey, yo, Taylor. Yo. Is Taylor Rooks on that same type of demon time? Is Taylor Rooks on that same type of demon time? What says you, chat? Ooh, man. Because that ain't that supposed to be your girl? Hold on for a sec. So right here, he says, okay, so Joy Taylor is out here busting it wide open on set with cameras cut off. That's cool. But if I find out Taylor Rooks was letting them players fold her in that interview chair after they would say they could beat the 96 Bulls 1v5, it's over. Which well, I'll say this. Yes, I do believe Taylor Rooks has been messing with athletes to get interviews. I do believe that. Yes. Yes. I'm not saying all of the athletes, but she was definitely messing with some of them. She was definitely messing with some of them. She didn't just get because them dudes was talking wild. And them Taylor Rooks interviews, they was talking wild. Yo, Taylor Rooks, what says you, Taylor Rooks? Hey, yo, Taylor. Oh, so they said in hindsight, Joy Taylor told us all the truth a few months ago, how she moves and how she thinks others move. Okay.
Must free ourselves. It's fun to argue about. It's fun to talk about what you would do in this scenario, or would you leave the game if the seats were high, or if a man took you this place on a first date, what you would do. And I'm telling you, like, every interaction that I have with people now, in some way or another, these things come up. Can we just keep it a buck? If they're fine enough,
Oh, I think I showed you guys that.
a buck. If they're fine enough, if they're funny enough, or if their financial status is what you want. Fine, funny, fucking money. You're throwing all boundaries, standards, all that shit you talked on Instagram about how you would never, and this woman ain't because women this and men this. You're moving forward with this person.
No, you know, my favorite hypothetical, because it's so ridiculous, is when you ask anybody if they would do something outrageous for like $1 million and they say no. It's like, okay, would you do it for 2 million? I mean, would you do it for what's the number? Like, anytime you add money into a hypothetical, people love feeling good about themselves by saying that they wouldn't do it for the money, but it's literally only because it's a hypothetical. If you saw this $1 million in front of your face and I said, do this, are you doing it? So I don't even know if hypotheticals are real indicators of the situation that's being discussed, because I'm starting to think people only use hypotheticals to lie about the circumstance.
Well, Taylor Rooks, you just kind of described your partner there. Oh, man. But Taylor Rooks might be on that same type of time. That was a funny ass meme right there that they show with Lil Durk falling down. Yo, that's one of the funniest memes ever, with Lil Durk falling down in that music video. He said, "Is dare I say Taylor Rooks going as well?" Yeah, of course. Of course. Taylor Rooks, she on that same type of time. She on that same type of time. I believe so. But anyways, my take from this whole thing, it's not even really Skip Bayless, because Skip Bayless has always came across to me as a weirdo in general. But what sticks out to me is what she had to say about Joy Taylor. That's really what sticks out to me for the most part. But anyways, man, that's all I got for today. I went way over time, but that's because we had to really go through the paperwork to make sure we stay educated on what's going on. And just to let you know, when it comes to these things, you have to read the paperwork. You got to make sure you got to know what you're getting yourself into instead of just going off of hearsay. You got to make sure you're reading the right stuff, you know. Oh, let me put the link to the paperwork. Let me put that in the chat real quick if you want. I'm going to put the link to the paperwork in the chat right now. Boom. So if you guys want to see the paperwork. Oh, I didn't see the rest of the chat. Yo, my bad. My chat was frozen for a good 30 minutes. Yo, my bad, guys. I had no idea y'all was still chatting. Yo, I had no idea. My bad, guys. I had no idea the chat was still going. I had no idea the chat was still going. Let me read some of these chats. Truth Hunter says she gives off Snow Bunny vibes. Facts. And yes, Skip, you're right. Sorry, Skip Tio, you are right. Shannon Sharp did probably hit it, but kept it on the low. Oh, you know what? Because that date. What date? Let me hold on. What was the date when Skip was mad disrespectful to to Shannon? Says Shannon is jealous. Because it was in 2022 he did that. He did that. It was in 2022. I don't know. Yeah, it was in 2022. I don't know what date it was. I don't know what date it was, but it was in 2022. Man, everything starting to make sense now. Everything's starting to make sense now. He said, "Joy, yeah, Joy is also a racist." And I'll say this, Skip Tio. Do you know how many? Do you know how many people? I'm talking about regardless of race. They will claim to be non-racist, but they'll be the most racist. They swear they're tolerant this and progressive that, but they be doing the most racist stuff. Do you know how many people in my state? I'm talking about in my state or some of the people I went to high school with. Do you know how many people I knew like that? And so I already know Joy Taylor was doing that kind of nonsense. Like I already know what kind of nonsense Joy Taylor was on. But yeah, if you guys, I don't know if the chat. I think because I clicked one of the chat, so I thought it was basically stuck at like 11:16. That you know what I mean? So I thought people just stopped chatting. But still, I was at the end. I was still at the end anyways. I was still at the end. But like I said, if you guys want to see the paperwork, I put the link to the paperwork. It's right here. It's right here. Let me pin it in my chat. Let me pin the paperwork to my chat. Okay. All right. Let me pin the paperwork to my chat. Let me pin the paperwork to my chat. Because I remember around 2022, like Skip started getting mad aggressive towards Shannon. Like he started being like wildly disrespectful, saying he's jealous of Tom, doing all that stuff. Like he started getting aggressive at Shannon. You know what I mean? So now it's starting to make sense now. This is over abroad. Oh my goodness, man. This is crazy. But yeah, man, that's wild work. That's wild work. I'm checking the live chat on Nightcap right now. Everybody's saying in the live chat, he's like, did they address the lawsuit? Everybody in the chat is like, did they address the law? Well, yo, they're they're only 30 minutes in, and they decided to start off the okay. So they started off with the Lions defeating the Vikings 31-9. Jesus Christ, Vikings. Right when we started giving Sam Darnold and them boys praise. My God. And CM Punk is now live on Nightcap with Unk and Ocho. Interesting. Yeah, it was 2022. Yeah, he says I'm a Bucks fan. It was Brady's last year. Yep. By the way, yeah, that Buccaneers team that won the Super Bowl, that was a stacked ass team. That's one of the most stacked teams I've seen, like ever. Like that's one of the most stacked teams I've seen outside of like the Rams that won it like the next year. That the Rams were stacked as hell as well. The Rams were super stacked. The Bucks were stacked though. They had Mike Evans, Antonio Brown, and Gronk. I know Gronk was in his like last years, but like, bro, you got Mike Evans on one side, AB on the other, and they had God. They had three number one wide receivers on one team, and a number one and a number one option in Gronk. And they had a running game. They had Leonard Fournette and the other dude. I'm blanking on his name, who was also really good that year. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name, but they had two great running backs. Sorry, two good running backs that year. And Leonard Fournette was the number one, but they had another running back that would come out the backfield and put in work. That was a stacked ass team, man. And I'm not even trying to downgrade Brady, but I'm just saying that's one of the most stacked teams I've ever seen win a Super Bowl. And their defense was crazy. Their defense was crazy. Yes, Ronald Jones, that was his name. He was putting in work. Ronald Jones and Leonard Fournette coming out the backfield. That was a stacked ass team, man. What kind of man? That's basically like a Madden Ultimate Team. That's why I always be. I will say this, man. When it comes to sports, people want to talk about you don't need help, man. And LeBron is this because he has help. I'm like, I don't know, but some of these other people y'all praise, they be on stacked teams, man. I'd be like, it's not just. I always say it's not just LeBron. That's what I always say when people try to criticize LeBron on certain things. I'm like, well, yeah, that's true. And if you caught me up in 2012, 2013, 2014, I'd be on your train. But seeing the way other athletes, how they get their ways and they get to be on stacked teams and nobody criticized them for being on stacked teams, I'm like, I don't know if I can just be like LeBron only. I can't do that no more. Those like the Rams when they won their Super Bowl. Come on, man. But yeah, the Bucks they had three number one wide receivers on one team and a number one tight end. Like that's a stacked ass team, man. That's a stacked ass team. It's just the Jameis Winston. The problem with Jameis Winston, this ninja like he just can't stop throwing picks. Okay, so Skip Teo said I seen a couple pics on Twitter of that lady during Joy's during you said during Joy hair on sets, but I guess what you're trying to say, you've seen pics of her on Joy's shows. Just her doing Joy's hair on set. Oh, you're trying to say doing Joy's hair on set. My bad. Got you. I should have seen that. I should have seen that. I should have seen that. Doing Joy's hair on set. But man, that Buccaneers team was freaking stacked. That was a stacked ass team. And their defense was crazy. Especially you got Todd Bowles running that. If you just tell Todd Bowles, you can just run the defense only. That's it. Yeah, Devin White was in his prime. Come on, that defense was oh my god. Then especially and then Patrick Mahomes had that makeshift offensive line. But I was surprised that the Buccaneers didn't have a better record during the season. But I think everything changed when Antonio Brown joined them in the middle of the season because it basically you you can't double nobody on that field. You can't. Who do you double if you have on a field? You got Mike Evans, Antonio Brown, and Marquise Goodwin or Godwin. If you have all, well, obviously on a team, they're obviously not all going to be on the same field as at once, obviously. But if you have 2 of the 3 of those wide receivers on the field at once with Gronk, who do you double? You can't you can't double nobody. It's impossible. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You said the Skip Tio says the Bucks didn't win the division that year. Yeah, I was surprised. I was like, their record was low. Like, and they almost. I'm not gonna say they didn't almost. No, that like. I'm not. I don't think they almost missed the playoffs, but it was a point in the middle of the season where they're like, "Yo, we got to start getting these W's because we not finna win a division with this kind of record." Because yeah, they didn't even win their own division, so they came in and then they went through a run on in the wild card game. I think they faced the Washington Commanders. They faced the Washington Commanders in the wild card game. They faced somebody first. I forgot, but and I remember in the wild card game, people thought the Buccaneers were going to lose that. So that team, that team was too stacked to like they had to win the Super Bowl. Because I was really looking at that team. I was like, how are they losing? I was literally looking at that team like, how are they losing games? It's the same way I looked at the Rams the next year. I was like, it's impossible. How are they losing games? You got on the Rams on your defense. It was Von Miller and Aaron Donald on one team. Nah. There's no way. You had a great defense, a great offense. They picked up OBJ in the middle of the year. What? Come on, man. That was like. And then Cooper Kupp that year when the Rams won it the next year, I think they won it the next year. Yeah, the Rams won it the next year. I thought Cooper Kupp should have won the MVP that year, but since it's a quarterback award, they're not going to do that. But Cooper Kupp was unguardable. He was the best. He was the best wide receiver that year. But they be doing they be doing white receivers dirty. People got to start admitting they be doing white wide receivers dirty. They only act like they can only play in the slot. They was acting like he was like a small wide receiver doing work. I'm like, no, this dude is 6. Like, I'm like, Cooper Kupp's like 6 feet tall, 6'1", 6'2", I think, if I'm not mistaken. He's well over 6 feet. And he's putting in work. Nobody can guard him. They just didn't want to give him his credit. He said, I see some massive points she's making. Like, yo, I'll say this with this lawsuit, if you guys just take a look. Oh, did I don't think I shared the I don't think I pinned it. Let me pin the lawsuit. Let me pin the paperwork. Yo, they're gonna try to make sure CM Punk does the interview for the whole day. They not trying to address that Joy Taylor Skip Bayless nonsense. Let me pin my thing. Let me pin my thing. Oh, yo, what are they doing? Oh, what are we doing? Hold on for a sec. We still live, right? Oh yeah, we live. Why they playing with me right now? I'm trying to go into my own stream. I can't even go into my own stream right now. Dismiss. Okay, good. I'm good. I was panicking for no reason. I'm like, yo, what are we doing? So let me pin what I put. Let me pin that joint. Because the truth must be heard. Because Joy Taylor looks awful in this. Like, I knew she was a bust down, but damn. She a but like she not only is she a bust down, but she a racist. She's all that. She's everything. She's the typical mean girl. Typical mean girl that sleeps her way to get whatever she wants. Typical. But yeah, whoever I'm blanking on her name. Miss what's golly. These names, dog. What is this bitch name? Noushin Faraji. Noushin Faraji. Right. Farahi. I don't know how to pronounce her name properly, but that stuff she said about Joy Taylor. Tom M said, he said Joy Taylor still fine. Fine as F though. Man. Joy Taylor dangerous, dog. Joy Taylor dangerous, man. She dangerous, man. I wouldn't touch that with a whatever. That's somebody you gotta pay. Like you gotta pay her. She'll do you, but you gotta pay her. Meaning either you gotta pay her with money, or if she asks you to do something, you better do it, or she got you by the ball sack. Girls like that are dangerous, man. Dangerous, 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 dangerous. Man, I'm looking at the YouTube right now. They gonna make sure they gonna expand that interview with CM Punk. That is funny to me. That's funny, man. Oh, they're gonna talk about the bet that they made. Yo, they need to talk about this. They have to talk about this. Tom M said danger is part of the fun. Not for me. Not for me. Not for me. Like, I'll even give a straggle a chance. Because obviously I don't want like a long-term relationship with any of these people, right? But if you make sure I'm safe and you don't do no collateral damage, we can talk. But as soon as that nonsense starts happening, what are we and or they start doing weird ish tests where you try to call her over and all of a sudden, oh yeah, my boyfriend, I have a boyfriend now. You know, a lot of the times they be lying. Like it'll be like you'll be screwing with a girl for a little bit, and then out of nowhere, oh yeah, I have a boyfriend now. We can't meet no more. A lot of the times, you know what's happening? It's like the girlfriend, the girls that she's messing with, sorry, like her girlfriends are telling her to be like, yo, the two dudes that you're sleeping with right now, make an ultimatum with them and see who takes you seriously. I've heard girls say stuff like this. Like they'll tell their girls their girl buddies, yo, try this on him, try that on him, and all this thing. Be like I knew one girl out of nowhere. It's been fine. Like she'll call me over and I'd come through. Whatever. It was like she would initiate with me most times, but then out of nowhere, oh, I remember one time I had called her over or I checked up on her. Then all of a sudden, oh, I have a boyfriend now. But the way she kind of left it, it was like open ended. I was like, well, and I literally said in the text, I was like, okay, it looks like that's it for us. But um on what's it on social media, I don't see no sign of no type of boyfriend. I'm not stupid in terms of I know I'm not the only dude that she's messing with, but I think at that point she tried to make an ultimatum to see if I would take her seriously, if I would quote unquote fight for her. And I'm like, I ain't doing none of that. As soon as those games start, I'm like, okay, I'm out. I've overstayed my welcome because I'm not trying to do all that. I know who you are. That's why I'm messing with you. Respectfully. Oh man. Tom M says, but I don't think Skip really offered her 1.5 million to sleep with her. Yeah, that sounds crazy. That I don't believe. But that stuff about Joy Taylor, I believe it. I believe it. Might be a little bit exaggerated, but I believe it. I believe it. I believe she was that mean girl. Asshole, borderline racist type bitch, even though she's half black herself. I know girls like that. I know girls like that. I know girls like that. Sleeping her way to the top while simultaneously being, pro women power and I'm a black woman. This I know girls like that, dog. I know girls like that. Tom M said, "You look like the type of girl that can use two boyfriends." Johnny Bravo quote. That's a Johnny Bravo quote right there. Johnny Bravo was mad thirsty though on that show. I think that's why a lot of the dudes are the way they are. They always like, man, shoot your shot, man, shoot or shoot, because Johnny Bravo was doing all types of nonsense. Anyways, Skip T.O. says, if Shay Shay talked about the Michelle IG incident, he could talk about the lawsuit. Hey, facts. He talked about it immediately. He didn't even hide from it. So I respect him for that. So it's kind of funny him hiding. Like, it would be funny. He don't want to talk about this. That'd be, if he's not talking about this, that means it is confirmed. He did sleep with what's her name? Fahoud, whatever her name is, the girl in the lawsuit. Or it's possible that he did sleep with Joy Taylor, and Joy Taylor's been holding that on him again over his head. It is possible. That's possible. Because we already know Joy Taylor's willing to pull that card. He said the makeup artist. I don't even remember her name. I'm like, her name, I don't know. Noushin Faraji, whatever. Noushin Faraji. Noushin Faraji. I already forgot. I was trying to think about it again. I already forgot. Noushin Faraji. It's such a forgettable name. No disrespect. Noushin Faraji. Some names are so unique that it's actually very forgettable. Very forgettable. No disrespect. No disrespect to her. But I do think a lot of what she's saying in this lawsuit is true. I especially when you talk about the lost wages and all that stuff, how they hired her part-time but was making her do full-time work in the beginning. I was like, oh, they was already on that nonsense. Man, and they this now she's saying in these wage parts, they saying that they wasn't even paying her. And on top of that, you got to take into account she lives in LA. Money's tight. She said, I found a file a lawsuit on you. I'm going to put all of y'all on blast and see how much paper I can get. So right here. Fifth cause of action, fourth cause. Let's look at these cause of actions to see. So let's see here. First cause of action, failure to pay minimum wage against defendants Fox. Second cause of action, failure to pay overtime wages against defendants Fox. This is the problem when you're like working these jobs, working in the industry, they're not really they be missing out on your pay. And you end up working overtime a lot, but they be skimming on your money when you're working for these big corporations. Third cause of action, but the people will put up with it because they're just like, well, I'm working at Fox. Maybe this will be good for my brand. Don't put up with that. Third cause of action, failure to reimburse business expenses against defendants Fox. Ooh-wee. Fourth cause of action, failure to pay all wages upon separation against defendants Fox. Didn't even give her no payout once they let her go. Fifth cause of action, failure to furnish accurate itemized wage statements against defendants Fox. Sixth cause of action, unfair, unlawful, or fraudulent business practices against defendants Fox. That's no shocker. Seventh cause of action, sexual battery against defendants Fox, Mr. Dixon and Mr. Bayless. Wow. Wow. Eighth cause of action, hostile work environment. Basically, discrimination against for my gender against defendants Fox, Mr. Dixon, and Mr. Bayless. So Mr. Bayless told him, yo, sue Dixon. And he ends up getting sued along with Mr. Dixon, named as a defendant. Ninth cause of action, hostile work environment in turn with basically with the racism against defendants Fox, Mr. Bayless, and Mrs. Taylor. Okay. 10th cause of action, hostile work environment, disability against defendants Fox and Ms. Taylor. 11th cause of action, failure to prevent harassment, obviously against Fox. Yeah. 12 cause of action, negligent supervision, hiring, and retention against defendants Fox, and that's because of Miss Peretti, whatever her name is. Yeah, whoever Miss Peretti is, she did an awful job. 13th cause of action, retaliation against defendants Fox. 14th cause of action, wrongful termination in violation of public policy against defendants Fox. Demanded for trial. Respectfully submitted, Ayazi Abney, APC. Attorney for plaintiff, Noushin Faraji, individually and on behalf of others similarly situated. Ayazi Abney. Who is this attorney? Ayazi Abney. Abney. See California. Bro, she gonna get her money. It looks like she gonna get her money. Seeing 5-star reviews. I don't know if it's a fairly new law firm. It looks like it's a new law firm. It looks like a fairly new law firm. You deserve to be Oh, so we represent employees. So this is they basically cover people that, they're gonna definitely get money, especially if they live in California. Because motherfuckers in California, they just be robbing people. So they already know if I just make a law firm focusing on getting employees that were wrongfully terminated their money back, Yeah, she's gonna get paid. She's definitely gonna get paid. Oh man, he said plot twist. Noushin Faraji codename is Michelle. Yo, that'd be wild. That'd be wild if that was like her. If that was actually Michelle in that video. Yo, that first of all, that video scarred me. I should have not listened to that video with Unc going live. He did that joint. He did that on purpose because he was mad people was calling him gay. He did that I kept telling people stop doing that because Shannon is he doesn't like that. And to put rumors to rest, he decided to pull that stunt. Nobody wanted to hear all that shit. Yo, they still not talking about it. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I think Unc has exhibited certain fruity qualities, but that doesn't, take away from how I see him as a man. It's just and also a lot of great athletes are gay. People have this thing where they just think that gay dudes are these like soft. Some of our greatest boxers were gay men. They just weren't like gay outwardly, meaning they weren't out of the closet. You know what I mean? We already then saw one boxer that got caught in a dress. I don't want to say his name, but anyway. Anywho, the only boxer that I know is for sure straight is Floyd Mayweather. And I'm gonna just leave it at that. Only Floyd Mayweather is the only straight one. He's the only one I know. I know for a fact he's straight. Tom M said the most wildest thing is wasting. I need glasses. He said the most wildest thing is waiting for AB's Twitter post about this. Yo, I do wonder what Antonio Brown does have to say about this. Low key, when he was showing that picture about him and Tom Brady's wife, low key, he was trying to tell Brady, like, yo, your wife for the streets, dog. But we just showed it as AB being disrespectful to the family. And he was being disrespectful, but he was also saying, like, yo, your girl belonged to the game. Why are they not talking about Joy Taylor? Yeah, because and they saying that Unc is drunk on stream right now because he's celebrating his victory over Ocho Cinco because he thought his Bengals were going to make the playoffs. Yo, they thought, oh yeah, they thought, people funny. I'm like, you thought the Chiefs was gonna put these starters in, knowing that if the Broncos beat them, the Bengals are definitely not gonna make the playoffs. The Chiefs ain't trying to see. They're not trying to see the Bengals in the first round. They're like, man, put in the backups. We're gonna make sure we lose today. They go, man, Chiefs, please beat the Broncos so we can make the playoffs because we didn't do our job in the regular season. Please. Please. These gotta be the stupidest fan base. One of the stupidest fan base. The Bengals, the most cockiest fan base. Because just because they play good against the Chiefs, as matchup wise, they just think they're just entitled to just coast through the regular season not understand like, yo, you to make the playoffs, you need to have a good regular season record as well. Yo, we played good against the Chiefs. I'm like, well, how about the Patriots? How about how about not losing to Lamar Jackson twice? Losing to your division rivals twice. How about not, how about taking the quote unquote smaller opponents seriously and not playing down to your competition? Hey, yo, we beat the Chiefs that one time and we made the Super Bowl. Okay. That was how many years ago now? That was what? That was what? The what season was that? The one when the Rams won. That was the 21-22 season. Yeah, the 2022 Super Bowl, 21-22 season. So that was, yeah, that was 4 years. That was damn near 4 years ago now. They gotta get over that. It did nothing to address the defense, really. The defense kind of came on during the year, but the Bengals had plenty of opportunities to finish games off, and they're just gonna give Joe Burrow an excuse. Anyway. Oh yeah, by the way, I don't know, people might disagree with me, but when it comes to when it comes to quarterbacks, I always say Patrick Mahomes 1, Lamar 2, and then you can argue Josh Allen or Joe Burrow 3, and you could just argue amongst the normies with that. They can the normies can argue amongst each other on who's number 3. But I got oh, they saying Unc is drunk right now. Don't tell me he's a part of this nonsense as well. They say he drunk right now on stream. Oh yeah, by the way, Myles Garrett, he's gonna ask for a trade. Because after the game, they said like some big changes coming, or he said something or something around something like that. He said something like that. So Myles Garrett is gonna be available very soon. I don't know who's gonna pick him up, but whatever team that's on the fringe, if they pick him up, they're gonna win the Super Bowl. He's that good. He's that good. It's like I remember when the Rams picked up Von Miller, I was like, well, that's it. I'm like, that's it now. You basically because Aaron Donald, even though he plays in the interior, he demands triple team. Like Aaron Donald when he was playing, he had to be double team. Had to be. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like I used to see these videos where they showed, or I would see it in the game, but I remember seeing in the replays him being quadruple team, triple team on the regular. Aaron Donald he can't guard him one-on-one. So you have a guy that's double, triple team, and then you can just put Von Miller at the outside, have him come in and out whenever he feels like it. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. See, Myles Garrett should have asked for a trade on draft night. Hey, facts. But Myles Garrett, I remember seeing this guy. I'm like, this guy's a freak of nature. This guy's, my God. Pause. But just like, this guy's a freak. Insane. That's like one of the last, man. Yeah. Myles Garrett is a freak of nature. There's got some insane pass rushers in the AFC North. We got Hendrickson. You got TJ Watt. Got Miles Garrett in the crew. Come on, man. Like Miles Garrett, man. This guy's a mute. Like he's like one of those people when I say this guy's a mutant. He's a mutant. Yeah, like according to the chat, they say Unc is drunk on his own show right now because he won his bets against Ocho. But I think it's more to it than that. Me thinks it's a little bit more to it than that. He's gonna because the news of the night is this lawsuit. Tom M said, "And draft night, as in the day he got drafted, not last year." No, I know I know what you're talking about. I know in 2017 when he was the number one overall pick to the Browns. I remember that draft. You know what's still like there's a couple things that have shocked me on all these draft days. I'll say one of them, the shockers, was seeing Mitchell Trubisky getting drafted that high by the Bears. Now, mind you, I wasn't even a fan of Mahomes. I thought he was going to be a bust. But I do remember saying the Bears should have drafted Mahomes. I said, if the Bears are going to draft somebody, they need to draft somebody with talent. So I'm like, well, I'll say, well, Patrick Mahomes does have the strongest arm out of all the QBs in the draft. It is Chicago. You're going to need a strong arm now. I'm like, I said the Bears might as well draft Mahomes because he's raw talent. And I wasn't even a fan of Mahomes. But when they drafted Trubisky, and he didn't do bad at Chicago. It's just what they were expecting from Trubisky. It was not, you know what I mean? But Trubisky was drafted way too high. Way too high. You know what I still can't get over? The draft with the I think which draft was that? The 20, I think it was the 2021 draft. Was it the 2021? The one that Justin Jefferson got drafted. Yeah. The 2020 draft. How in the hell they let this dude drop to the second round to the Vikings? I could not believe. I think it was the second round or the first round. Like the Eagles had a chance to. I'm like, and I'm thinking, damn, the Eagles finna be stacked. They finna get Justin Jefferson, and they drafted freaking Jalen Raker. I'm like, this is why you know how I be complaining about teams being stacked? I think I'm the only person that should have the right to complain about stacked teams, because what happens is on draft night, you got these teams that would be so much better if they actually drafted talented people, but they will pass on certain people for whatever reason, because of their agent or they didn't like what they said. And you have the talent, the world-class talent is right in front of them, and they don't want to draft a person. And like I remember they showed like a video of like the Vikings coach literally laughing at the Eagles passing on Justin. They didn't even think he was gonna fall to him. They're just like, oh well, we might as well get him. And now this guy, Justin Jefferson, he can't even be guarded. He's clearly the best wide receiver in the league right now. It's just, and then people are gonna be like, man, the Vikings are stacked. Well, you guys could have prevented that from happening if you didn't let him drop to the freaking. They be letting like mad talented people just drop. And I'm just be like, y'all just gonna let this dude drop like this? I'm like, you need to pick him up so he don't fall to a good ass team that's just like, I mean, like you have teams that they'll pick up these people and they don't even need them. But because they're already stacked, then they pick up this talent, then they become unguardable. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm like, they'll have the talent right there and they don't know what to do with it. Tom M said, you think Unc went to any Diddy parties? I think he did, along with LeBron. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I'm not saying Unc is not a freak, but I don't know if we went to a Diddy party. I'm not sure. There's a lot of people that went to Diddy parties in general because, Diddy had that reputation. I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. Tom M said, my Titans traded A.J. Brown for nothing. I still haven't recovered. And Titans got Isaiah Wilson in the 2020. Yo, oh Lord. What a disaster. What a disaster. A disaster. Isaiah Wilson. Wasn't that the offensive lineman we drafted and he couldn't even play? And then wasn't that the dude Corey Holcomb was making fun of him? That dancing ninja that we drafted. Yeah, that was I think that was the lineman. I'm about to search him up real quick. Let me search him up. Isaiah Wilson, wasn't that the offensive lineman that we were supposed to draft and he ended up we had to like trade him early because he couldn't even play and he was not involved in nonsense? Wasn't that the bum? Oh my God. Let me see. Isaiah. Ain't that the lineman we drafted? That was supposed this dude ended up being just a disaster. He didn't even play. Yeah, he's like already like retired. Like what that was the dancing mofo. The dancing mofo. What a waste. What a waste. My God. What a waste. He said, yep, played a total of 3 snaps for the Titans before getting cut. And I will say this. I remember in 2016, I was dancing like a kid when Derrick Henry fell to us, man. I was dancing. I was like, yo, Derrick Henry still available. Dude, I was barely paying attention to that 2016 draft. Then the second round came, and then they were showing like, on Mel Kiper's board or whatever, all the players available. And then I saw Derrick. I'm like, what? He didn't get drafted yet? He didn't get picked up? I was like, yo, we gotta get him. Because I thought we had the perfect situation because we already was getting DeMarco Murray from the Cowboys. Derrick Henry's not going to have to start. He can come in and play his way in and then eventually take over the number 1 spot for the running back spot. He's going to be perfect for us. I'm like, we're already going to be a running team with Marcus Mariota and DeMarco Murray. I'm like, we're straight. We're straight. But anyways. anyways. Oh, no, we didn't get him. I don't think we got him from the Cowboys. I think we got him from did we get him from the Cowboys or the Eagles? I don't remember. DeMarco Murray was on our team. That's all. DeMarco Murray was on our team. Derrick Henry had the perfect situation coming in. I was like, yo, we gotta draft him. I could not believe he was still available. Murray, yeah, we got from the Eagles. Yeah, thank you. I'm like, was it the Eagles or the Cowboys? Because I was like, Murray's gonna be perfect for our team. I'm like, he's gonna be like perfect. I'm like, we already a running team. Get Murray in there. And then on top of that, we get Derrick Henry in the draft. What? We straight. We straight. It's the perfect situation. Already have a solid offensive line. We get a stronger offensive line coming in. Like I remember like that year in the 2016-2017 season, like our offensive line was pretty good. It was really one of the best. It was really one of the best in the league, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, that's just my opinion. So we got Henry from that Jared Goff trade. Did we? I don't even remember how we got him. I just remember we got him. He said when Titans had the first pick, they traded it to the Rams. Ah, got you. That makes sense. That makes sense because I don't even remember all that. I don't even remember all that. I think the the Patriots lost today. No, the Patriots won today. So that means the Browns. It's either the Browns, Titans, or somebody else gets the number 1 overall pick. And I will say this up front. I do not. Yeah, I was at the Titans. Yeah, the Titans got the first pick. Yeah, perfect, perfect, perfect. We got the first pick. That's good. Gerard Mayo, I think he knew he was going to get fired. That's why he made sure the Patriots won today. That's my opinion. That's why Gerard Mayo got fired, because he was like, "Oh, y'all finna do me dirty? Watch this. I'm gonna make sure y'all win today." They said Vrabel's gonna go to the Patriots. He should. He should. It makes sense. It makes sense. But they were using Gerard Mayo as a stepping stone, anyways. But Gerard Mayo, he said, "Nah, y'all finna get this. Y'all not gonna get the first pick." Oh man. Oh yeah. By the way, I don't want. You know what? I'm not gonna say I don't want Travis Hunter, but until he gets that thing fixed with his broad, I'm gonna be skeptical on him. And by the but anyways, we need a quarterback. We need a quarterback, anyways. Well, yeah. Okay, so you said Tyreek Hill is demanding a trade, and Titans might get Aaron Rodgers once he gets released from the Jets. We've been trying to get Aaron Rodgers for years now. They've been always saying that. Oh man, Aaron Rodgers, he be looking at Tennessee. He likes the location. He likes Nashville and all this. They've been saying that for years. So I gotta see it before I believe it. And I will say this: we still need to draft a quarterback, anyways. So I gotta take a look at the college football landscape, because they're saying there's no surefire QB1, but then usually, I mean, they said that about the 2017 draft, and that was a decent, Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes turned out to be pretty good. So, um, the available QBs is like what, Cam Ward, Shador Sanders, um. Oh yeah, because I remember the Titans. They said they was about to get Brady. He said now Titans might get Rodgers in 2024. But yeah, they were trying to say that Rodgers was going to come in before, when he was on the Packers. They say he wanted to come here, but I believe it if I see it. I'll believe it when I see it. Plus, we need is a lot of people that we let go. I believe we wasted a real playoff caliber team. Like post 2018, I will say from 2017 through 2020, we wasted a real like playoff caliber type team by keeping Ryan Tannehill for as long as we did. Because Ryan Tannehill to me, he was always massively overrated, like massively overrated. I never liked Ryan Tannehill. You know, that's just me. I never liked Ryan Tannehill. I always figured he was very overrated. Um, I'm not saying Mariota didn't deserve to be benched, because he was massively. He was he tended to be underwhelming most times, but Tannehill was not the answer for me. For me, he was not. He was not the answer. Oh, so hold on. He said it's Sanders and Ward. That's the only first pick QBs. They should get Hunter or trade down and get more picks. But Hunter needs to fix his personal life before anything, because I'm going to be skeptical. I wouldn't mind if we got Shador or Campbell. I don't know. I think you're right. We should trade down and get more picks. Do something like what the I forgot what did Chicago do? Like I remember they like had traded for something where they were able to get like the first round pick of the of the Panthers or something over a trade. They did a trade where they were able to get Carolina's first round pick, and they were able to use those two, like they had like, so they ended up having like two picks in the top 10 picks. Yeah, the DJ Moore. Yeah, exactly. That's what it was. The DJ Moore trade. He said they got DJ Moore, first round pick, and some other pieces. Yeah, we probably should do something like that. And then say we need a a first round pick from the Browns or something. or oh, whoa, I don't whoa. Could we do a Myles Garrett trade? I don't know. He wants to go to Myles Garrett wants to go to a contender though. I'm thinking. But we need to do something like that where we finesse a team like that. Where we get somebody's first round pick, a team that we know is going to be trashed the next year. And then if going by what you're saying is right, and you're saying 2026 has a better stack of QBs, then yeah. But I will say this, we need to be cautious about that stuff. Because remember when remember when they were saying that which draft was it? The draft with Trevor Lawrence in it. They were trying to say that was going to be the best draft ever, the one with Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, and Mac Jones. That was supposed to be a great QB draft. And none of these QBs are any good. All of them are garbage, except for Justin Fields, in my opinion. In my opinion, I thought Justin Fields got a raw deal. He didn't really get a chance to develop the way he's supposed to. And then on top of that, I believe Justin Fields was a better quarterback than Trevor Lawrence coming out of college. That was just me. But Trevor Lawrence is massively overrated, and we're seeing that right now. And I'm not saying that because I'm a Titans fan. I'm just telling you, I'm not afraid of this guy. This guy is. What's the point of having all these attributes as a QB? Oh, 6'6", and you're this weight, and you got all these muscles, and you're strong, and you're tall, and blah blah blah, and you can make all these throws. But when I watch him, I don't see it. I really don't see it. I never got the hype. I never got it. And I used to make a joke that I said that if Trevor Lawrence cuts his hair, he's decreasing his draft stock, because I think that's why he got drafted number 1. But that's just my opinion. Tom M said, I would ask for 2 first-round picks from the Raiders and a future second-round pick. Raiders are desperate for a QB. I think that sounds, that's not bad. That's not bad. Here's the thing. Okay, so South Holland said Fields can make all the throws. Here's the thing. Justin Fields is this is his Achilles heel. Justin Fields is like a highlight player. So he can do all the highlight stuff. He can make the bomb, like he has the arm strength. He can make the bombs. It's just the routine stuff. He'll be 50-50 on. But he can, his legs are incredible. Pause. He has game breaking type athleticism. You know what I mean? Like he has real game breaking athleticism, speed. And he can make all the highlight throws, but not the routine throws. And I'm not saying he doesn't have touch. He does have touch. It's just it'll just be randomly. He's 50-50 on the routine throws. But to be fair, I don't think the Bears really helped him. And then on top of that, here's what I say about Justin Fields. He seems to me like he's a great leader, where it seems like every place he goes, everybody, loves him. He seems to be a great locker room guy. Everybody always has praise for him in the locker room. He seems like he's a leader, and he showed it when he was in college too. With like I remember when when Covis was happening, him and Trevor Lawrence, they both of them they came to the college football people like, nah, we want to play. You know what I mean? Like he was one of the people that came out in the forefront and made sure that college football was still going on. So Justin Fields he has great leadership, but I don't think his talent is sometimes hit and miss. That's the thing with Justin Fields. Like he's talented. You can see he's talented, but it's like hit and miss at times. You'd be like, huh? And it shouldn't be. But Justin Fields, I don't think was given the real, proper time to develop. But seeing the way Caleb Williams played this year, and a lot of people owe Justin Fields an apology because Justin Fields did not have anything close to the squad that Caleb Williams had. Nothing like they gave Caleb Williams a stacked ass squad to work with, and he was bang average. Really, he was actually below average. He was below average. I don't understand how he was worse than Fields because people are going to look at the numbers and say Caleb Williams play well, but they didn't watch the games. Caleb Williams was patting the ball too long. The offensive line got a lot of hate, but when I saw the Chicago Bears play, he had plenty of time behind that offensive line. He was running himself into trouble a lot of times, patting the ball in the pocket. That's just my opinion, watching that. I think if Fields got the same squad that Caleb Williams got, because Caleb Williams had a stacked squad this year. Caleb Williams has 3 number 1 wide receivers on his damn team. You had DJ Moore and Rome Odunze, who's gonna eventually be a number 1 wide receiver, and you had Keenan Allen, who was a former number 1 wide receiver himself. When the last time when he was on the Chargers, last time we saw him, before he was on the Bears this year, Keenan Allen was a number 1 wide receiver. But like no excuses. And didn't they have DeAndre Swift coming out the backfield? I mean, come on, man. Maybe just Chicago is just not the place for quarterbacks. It's just I think Chicago might just have to accept that, quarterbacks there's no quarterbacks that do Chicago. Maybe they're just gonna have to accept it, But yeah, I do think that Justin Fields got a raw deal. He got a raw deal. But I've always been a fan of Justin Fields. I always thought he was better than Trevor Lawrence, though. That's just I think Trevor Lawrence was massively overhyped in college. Massively, massively overhyped. And I'm not disrespecting his national championship, but he won that national championship. You win it with a stack. You got to win it with a stacked squad. And Clemson had a stacked squad, and Travis Etienne really, in my opinion, was better than Trevor Lawrence. He was the best player on that team. A lot of people they don't be watching the games. And I'm not saying I watch every game too, but when I would watch Clemson play, Travis Etienne, I'm talking about running it and catching it. Anytime Trevor Lawrence needed a bailout, he couldn't find nobody open downfield, he would literally just dump it to Travis Etienne. He would run for first down. I shit you not. That's what I saw. That's what I saw every time. And I thought it was just me that noticed it. And then I heard Joel Klatt say it on Colin Cowherd's show. I was like, "Yep, I knew it," because I was like, I know I'm not going crazy, but I'm literally watching these Clemson games where Travis Etienne he's getting the ball most times, even more than the wideouts, running it and catching it. Yeah, South Island said we played against Trevor Lawrence at Syracuse. He wasn't that good, and he was playing in Clemson. In Clemson in the ACC, and he was like, and the numbers he was putting up, like they set up that squad for Trevor Lawrence not only to win a national championship, but to also win a Heisman. But the numbers he would be putting up and the interceptions he would throw, like the way he'd just turn the ball over at times, you'd be like, how are these games close? Because Clemson was freaking stacked. They're like, Clemson used to be, man, Clemson was stacked. They set up that team for Trevor Lawrence to like put up great numbers and be a Heisman contender, but he was never a Heisman contender. He was never a Heisman contender. And you would think with the weapons he had and to have the ultimate security blanket in Travis Etienne, it made no sense to me. But most like a lot of teams in the ACC, they would say the same thing because I'd see Trevor Lawrence play against these teams and he was just not that impressive to me. And you're playing in a weaker conference and you still putting up those like the numbers he was putting up in a weaker conference. Like, come on, man. Come on now. Massively overrated. Massively overrated. Oh yeah, I will say this. Shout out to South Holland for bringing that up. South Holland said played against him and Lamar Jackson, and it was night and day difference. Jackson is the best player I have seen on a field. I was you read my mind, South Holland. I was about to bring up Lamar Jackson because didn't he play? Hold on, let me look up something. I just want to make sure Syracuse was the team that I was watching. Lamar Jackson versus Syracuse, because people don't even understand. Because yeah, wasn't that one he did that hurdle? Yep. 610 yards, 5 touchdowns. That's total yards. They're not saying passing yards, but he did go 20 for 39 for 411 yards in the air, and then he ran for over like 100 yards as well. Like, to me, Lamar Jackson was the generational talent, but they wanted to say Trevor Lawrence was the generational talent, but I didn't see that. Yeah, Lamar. Yeah, if you guys, because I'm like, yeah, wasn't that versus Syracuse where he had that crazy numbers game where he had all them yards, and then as soon as I typed in Lamar Jackson versus Syracuse, the first thing that popped up was Lamar Jackson hurdle versus Syracuse. Yeah, that was It just shows that hurdle because I remember that was all over ESPN. And bro, you heard it from South Holland himself. He said Lamar Jackson is the best player I have ever seen on the field. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Any questions? Like, I'm telling, like, Lamar Jackson is a phenom. Like, I'm telling, like, I had roommates that, and even including myself, I prefer like the NFL quarterbacks, like the ones that I have, I want them to be throw first, run second, right? But I just think Lamar Jackson, he's the exception to the rule. I've always thought that. He's a phenom. He's one of those guys that even like my roommates was like, nah, he's different. he's just freaking he's just on a different level. And people don't understand Lamar Jackson was running a pro offense when he was at Louisville. It's just he's just that good. People are like, there's no way. They kind of like try to downplay his throwing, but people don't understand. Like, Lamar Jackson is literally Percy Harvin / Phillip Rivers. Like, he's literally if Phillip Rivers had Percy Harvin's athleticism. Imagine if Phillip Rivers had let me not even disrespect Lamar Jackson like that, because Lamar Jackson is a way better thrower of the ball than Phillip Rivers. I'm just saying, like, imagine if Phillip Rivers could move. You know what I mean? But I would like Lamar because Lamar Jackson, the passer rating that he's putting up this year is crazy. It's like only Aaron Rodgers has had a better passer rating in a season. And on top of that, what I love about Lamar Jackson, he improves every single year. He's improving. Every year he improves. Every year, improvement. I see improvement. Like Lamar Jackson is just a different type of level, you know. And look where he he ended up falling in the first round. He fell all the way to he's really was supposed to fall out of the first round. Because I think, in my opinion, I think that was a humiliation ritual because all these experts and all these whatever they were trying to say, oh man, you got to play a different position. So really, I thought him falling, that was just something that the GMs were like, don't pick him up. We got to get him to play a different position. That's my opinion. That was more of a humiliation ritual where they were trying to humble him, but thank God for the Ravens. Yeah. And really the league should have been scared then because we already know the Ravens are an organization that actually tries to win. Because unfortunately, what people don't understand in the NFL, in the NFL, the NBA, with American sports teams, you have teams that are there specifically to lose. And the Ravens are not one of those organizations. They be trying to win. You know what I mean? And you can tell when certain teams be trying to win too. Like the Steelers are an organization like that. They try to win. And you can tell by the type of characters that they um that they try to put on their team. So when the Ravens picked them up, I was like, uh-oh, the league's in trouble because the Ravens be trying to win games. So they're going to try to make sure Lamar Jackson set up for success, you know. Like I said, you know, you let a guy like Lamar Jackson drop. Because I'm sitting there, I'm like, damn, Lamar Jackson dropping. I was really shocked. I'm like, damn, they really was serious. They not picking him up. And I thought he was at least, because remember, even Justin Fields got picked up in the top 20, and he had a lot more questions than Lamar. But I'm like, you know, Lamar was putting up those numbers. He was at Louisville. He wasn't working with a whole lot at Louisville. You know? Oh yeah, yeah. Mike. Oh, what's his name? Mike. Flores. Brian. They was mad at him for winning games. People don't even understand how the NFL, like these particularly American sports, they don't understand how it works. Like you have these teams, they're just there to lose, or because the way it's set up, it's really because I don't like how American sports is set up. It's very, very communist like, in my opinion, where if you're a bad team, then you can get the number one overall pick. So I'm like, how are you incentivizing these middle of the pack teams to try to win? That means during a certain point in the season, they're gonna just try to lose so they can get better picks in the draft. Not like I'm like, what is this? So that means you even have a coach that's coming in. You don't even know if he's being paid to lose or if he's being paid to win. You know, I've never really liked how that worked in the NFL. But you could tell the teams that be trying to win because they be getting like certain type of people on their team with questionable character or like very unhinged ninjas on their team or unhinged type dudes where you be like, I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't hire this guy at a job interview, but they be trying to win. Like I knew the Seahawks were trying to really become something in 2011 or 2012 when they paid Matt Flynn or who they paid. They paid like this garbage ass QB all this money, and then they benched him for Russell Wilson. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, they trying to win. they really like, nah, best QB goes in. They pay, I forgot which quarterback it was. I think was it Matt Flynn or somebody? They paid this garbage ass QB all this money. But then they saw Russell Wilson and they were like, nah, forget that we paid you all that money. Russell Wilson's in. I don't care. They had some interesting characters in that Seahawks locker room. Earl Thomas, Richard Sherman, Marshawn Lynch, right? Byron Maxwell, Cam Chancellor. They had some very they had some very interesting type personalities in there. I'm like, oh, they trying to win. They trying to win a Super Bowl. I see them. And they did win a Super Bowl. They should have become a dynasty if the powers that be didn't step in. You know. He said, bro, we're in America. They trying to get their money up. I think it was Matt Flynn. Yeah, I think it was Matt Flynn. It was Matt Flynn. I think it was Matt Flynn because they had paid this dude all this money and then they were just like, we can't play him. Russell Wilson, he's got to start. I was like, oh, they trying to win. I was like, oh, they trying to win. They trying to win. You got to take, when you see stuff like that, either the QB's really bad. I'm talking about like Trey Lance bad. You know what I mean? When I say they were like Trey Lance bad. Either the QB's like Trey Lance bad or they try to win or both. Because if they pay, especially some of these QBs, when they pay these people this money, they always try to make sure to make them look as good as possible. And they, the coach, I gotta stick with my guy. And the guy is literally not helping you win. And you're just like, okay, I wouldn't do it, but okay. I was like, oh, they running it like a European type soccer system. Because in like European soccer, they can be paying you the most. If you are not serviceable anymore, they will put the young academy player that they're paying $5,000 a week. They like in the European soccer, they could have just paid you. They could have just paid you. They could have just broke the bank for you. If you're not performing, you're on the bench. Not in America, though. not in America, though. The people that make the most money, those are the ones that are on the court or on the field. I said, Gary Grant said, wait, what powers that be that ended the Legion of Boom? When they decided to not give Marshawn Lynch the ball at the goal line. Because people don't understand with that game, the whole Seahawks secondary in that game, all of them were playing with career-ending injuries in that game. Cam Chancellor was playing with a torn meniscus. Richard Sherman had a ligament that needed in his elbow or his shoulder. I think it was his elbow, but he was basically it was torn. He really wasn't supposed to be playing. Earl Thomas had something wrong with his knee. He had a torn meniscus, if I'm not mistaken as well. He had something like he had like a separated shoulder or something crazy like that. All of the main players in that secondary, they were playing with major career, like I'm not going to say career ending, but I'm talking about they needed surgery. They were not supposed to be out there. And they put it on the line that game. I remember. And after all that sacrifice, after Marshawn Lynch runs them to the goal line, for them to have Russell Wilson throw that weak-ass slant pass from Malcolm Butler to intercept it, when you have beast mode in your backfield, you have a timeout. You had plenty of time. You had a timeout to use in the last minute, and you don't run the ball at least one time, and you at the goal line. That one play ended the dynasty. That ended the Legion of Boom. Because I remember even then, you remember the next season, you had the players arguing Pete Carroll on the sideline in front of everybody. It turned into a mess after that. Everybody knows not running with Marshawn Lynch ended the Seahawks dynasty. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. They can't they try to explain it away, but we're gonna see it on the Seahawks are gonna have a 30 for 30. That team was supposed to win at least 2 more Super Bowls. At least 2 more Super Bowls. At least 2 more Super Bowls. Because the type of run that they were on, the type of characters they had on their team, it was the perfect mix. It was the perfect mix, but it is what it is. It is what it is. In my opinion, because of what Marshall, because the thing is with Marshawn Lynch, he was basically on an anti-media campaign, and he was showing how stupid the media was looking that whole season. That was some of the funniest stuff I ever heard somebody say to the media in my life. The media, that Super Bowl media week, the stuff that Marshawn Lynch was saying, oh my God. To this day, I'm just here so I won't get fined. That's Marshawn Lynch, man. I'm just here so I won't get fined. It's one of the realest stuff you will ever hear an athlete say to a reporter, ever. Even like throughout the regular season, people forget the stuff he was saying. Like I remember he was giving like one like word responses to the media. I'm thankful. I got to do a compilation of this stuff. It was hilarious. He was like, I'm thankful. It was Patriots fans. Dude, it was a racist ass Patriots fan that I knew in high school. He loved Marshawn Lynch. He loved everything he was doing to the media. That's how much Marshawn Lynch was loved, dog. Everybody loved this. Like Marshawn Lynch was hilarious with that stuff he was doing. He loved I'm talking about. He loved what Marshawn Lynch was doing. I remember that he was like, I remember one of the videos was funny during the regular season. He said, "We're gonna do this again, huh? We gonna do this again." I already told you I'm not gonna do these kind of interviews no more. I like the one where he's like, "Thank you for asking." Thank you for asking. Like, so every time I remember one of them, he was just like, they would ask him, "Hey, how do you feel about this?" And he'd be like, "Thank you for asking. I appreciate you for asking. Thank you for asking about my stomach. Thank you." And then I think one of the funniest ones was like, "Yeah." He would just say, "Yeah." So after every single question, he would be in the mic. He'd be like, "Yeah." Straight trolled the media the whole season. Made the media look stupid. I think that's part of the reason why he didn't get the ball. The goal line. He was just making he made the media look stupid. Oh yeah, that Super Bowl media week. Richard Sherman. There was a plant, in my opinion. I think Roger Goodell put a plant media member in there to try to make Richard Sherman look stupid. Richard Sherman ended up making the female reporter looking stupid in front of the whole world. Trying to say Richard Sherman got a conflict of interest. Bitch, you work for the NFL media. Yeah, Richard Sherman was making them look stupid in the media. Marshawn Lynch was making the media look stupid by not talking. He was basically showing how useless the media was. And I just think the powers that be, they didn't like that. They were trying to make it like how Marshawn. I'm like, what are you gonna say about Marshawn Lynch? What are you gonna say? He's menacing for not talking to the media? Oh man. Yo. And he stole the show by not talking. He basically showed how useless the NFL media was. Baby, Stephen A. Smith was mad at him. He should be fired every single time he's not talking. I was like, all right, Stephen A. Loud ass Stephen A. Smith, like Shaq likes to call him. Yeah, he's South Holland said Lynch segued that whole season into a TV career. Facts. He basically gave himself a media career by doing that. Only promoted his brand. He only promoted his brands, whatever. Lynch, he played it perfectly. And also what people don't understand, with Lynch, he doesn't mess with the media. Ever since they did him dirty in Buffalo, he don't mess with that. He don't mess with the sports media. People got to do their research on, like, the Buffalo media. They did him dirty, and ESPN did him dirty. Like they made Lynch look like a criminal. So much to the point, like, what's that picture they use? Like, do you guys remember Madden 14? It was like Madden 14, but it was labeled Madden 25. I don't know if you guys remember that specific Madden. They had Marshawn Lynch looking crazy for his profile picture. They used like his picture from when he got in trouble at Buffalo. You know what I mean? Like that's a whole other story. That's a whole lot. I can go on and on and on all about that, because Lynch is one of my favorite athletes in sports history. Because they couldn't, they tried so hard, the NFL media and the media in general, they tried so hard to make him a villain, but it was impossible. It's Patriots fans that love this dude, dog. I'm telling you, it's like Marshawn Lynch was. That's I will forever have respect for people. They always try to act like the fans want to hear that media. We don't care about none of that stuff. We just want to watch the game. We just want to watch our favorite players play the game and do what they want to do. Yeah, South Holland said, "Yep, Buffalo ran him out of town. It was bad. It was they did him dirty." So ever since that, they didn't. He doesn't mess with the media ever since. he's ever since that experience. He's like, F the media. He don't do that. Oh man. But yeah, like Lynch, I have the ultimate respect for him. He's not perfect. I'm not saying he's perfect. He's not perfect, but the ultimate respect for a guy like Lynch. Ultimate respect. For, guys like Kyrie Irving. I love guys like that. I love guys like that, where the media tries to make them a villain, but it's impossible. They try to make Kyrie Irving the villain so bad, but it's too late, because all the kids love Kyrie Irving. They love Uncle Drew. They love him. It's too late. Same thing they try to do with Marshawn Lynch. You can't make the public hate Marshawn Lynch. What are you gonna say? He complains too much. He doesn't even talk. That's what the fans were like. Oh, I'm like, what do you mean they have a problem with him? He doesn't even talk. And people just saw how manipulative the media is. And I think people started realizing, oh, we were kind of wrong about Terrell Owens and the Chad Ochocinco's of the world and all these other people. You know what I mean? So this is like Marshawn Lynch kind of put a spotlight on how useless these people are. But anyways, yeah, Pyro, you're right. 5-hour stream. I got to be out. I don't know what I've been doing talking this long. I've been talking way too much, way too long. But anyways, man, I do got to do another. I do have to do a separate like sports stream, another late night sports stream. But I'd be taking too long, because I can talk about this stuff all day. Honestly, I can talk about that stuff all day. because people don't even understand the reason why I don't like the media in the first place is what I saw them do to Terrell Owens, what I saw them do to uh Allen Iverson. That's why I kind of laugh at, like, I'm not trying to make fun of the conservatives or anything, but like the conservatives be like, man, the media, they're trying to destroy Trump. Like, yeah. They'd be like, but aren't you, shouldn't you be outraged? I was like, well, I'm already so used to it. Like, people don't understand, if you don't fit whatever agenda that the media has for you, they're gonna make you like you're Satan. It just doesn't work that much as it used to, because now people have their own personal podcasts, they have their own personal media. You know what I mean? Shout out to South Holland with the $5 super chat. Here we go, man. Oh, I'd even put my volume up on my sound effects. Here we go.
We got money, nigga! We got money, nigga! We got money, nigga!
He said you put in a shift today. Yeah, facts. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. I talked way too long, man. Way too long. I don't even talk like that much in a day. That's crazy. I'm talking about like in public, nothing close to that. Yo, people be confused as a MF when they find out that I have this channel and I be saying the stuff that I say. They be confused as hell. They be like, but you don't say none of this. The only people that aren't surprised are the people that know me personally. They'd be like, well, he kind of says it. It's just like, I just don't spout this stuff to anybody. You have to gain my trust. And it's not that you have to agree to gain my trust. I just need to know you're not a person that's willing to crash out over a difference of opinion. That's what I look for. And if you're a naturally good person, if you hear what I say, it's not going to be life or death for you. But yeah, I saw what the media did to Allen Iverson. I saw what they did to Terrell Owens. I saw what they did to Balotelli. And people don't understand, with media sabotage on your character, it's for life. It's for life. Where you'll still have people think of you a certain way just because somebody in the media said it, and they don't even realize they have their own agendas. There's still people mad about Balotelli for the fight, the fight that he did with the FA Cup semifinal win in 2010, or was that 2011? And I've even heard Rio Ferdinand say, because he was there with the fight, he was the one that grabbed Balotelli. He said, oh, I'm over that. I understand that's just part of football. He's like, here, you got the players that are over it. They don't even care about that no more. But you'll still have like the normies, they'll still bring it up. I'll be like, I'm like, are you serious? Like, they still bring up stuff that Balotelli did at Manchester City. I'm like, he was at Manchester City like 10 years ago, dog. What about Milan? What about Nice? Like, they be bringing up stuff. I'm like, that dude. I'm like, that was 12 years ago. But they don't understand. Like, the English media had a grudge against Balotelli. Like, the stuff that they said about Balotelli then, they would have not been able to say it today, because the social justice warriors would have been like, y'all being racist. So they wouldn't have been able to say that stuff today. But like, I'm talking about like just outright printing lies about Balotelli, just lies. And I'm like, these motherfuckers ain't getting sued, But people have been glazing the media for so long. That's why I have no sympathy for the Andrew Tate fanboys from England. They're like, these are all lies that they're ready, man. I'm like, you done had all these niggas out here that done played for your teams being lied. I'm just straight lied on by the Sun, the what's it, the Sun, the Daily Mail, the Guardian. I'm naming all these British newsletters, and they're shocked when it'll be like I remember when the Liverpool coach Jurgen Klopp, he was the only one brave enough to finally call out the Sun for just blatantly print out lies, and people are like, oh yeah, that that is true, and I'm like, well, now you guys say this. He was the only manager brave enough to call out the Sun for just like, y'all be just printing out lies. But like when Balotelli was calling out, like he'd be like in his own press conferences. I remember in his press conference with like Milan, and it just him just calling out the Daily Sun just in general, just like y'all be lying on me. But there's a price to pay for that, because you're not gonna win that battle with the media. You're not. You're not gonna win that battle with the media. They literally can print your life. Like they can just create something about you and then just print it, and then it's gospel. Most people are not privy enough to be like, okay, they're probably lying to me, but let me just see what's happening, But anyway, let me stop talking, because I'm gonna go into another rant. I'm gonna go into another rant, man. Thank you guys for tuning in this long. I've been on too long. South Holland, Tom M, you know what I mean? Pyro, thank you, bro. Like for real, you was a real trooper in this one, man. South Holland, thank you for the $5. Thank you, man. I will say this is a first time in history where I'm saying a woman dropping a lawsuit about sexual harassment. But if you look at that lawsuit, this is the first time I'm saying a woman's lawsuit, there might be truth to this. I believe a lot what's on that lawsuit. This is a first time in history. There's a first time for anything. A blonde white woman, too. Even though she's from a different country, but on paper, a blonde white woman. I'm taking her word for it. For a lot of the stuff she's saying, I'm taking her word for it, because I don't think she's lying about what Joy Taylor is, what she does. I don't think she's lying. And with the Skip Bayless stuff sounds outrageous, but it sounds so bizarre that it might be true. The number figures might be wrong, but it might be true. Because notice she didn't throw all the men under the bus. She was saying, no, he was straight, but that guy was bad. Colin Cowherd was good. Emmanuel Acho, he was just being used. She was very specific, and she didn't let Joy Taylor off the hook. And her lawsuit was mainly aimed not really at Skip Bayless, but mostly Charlie Dixon and Joy Taylor. So this is why I'm like, you know what? This lawsuit might be legit. First time for everything. First time for everything. I'm gonna take this blonde white woman from with the Muslim name. I'm gonna take her word for it. This is the first time for everything. It's the first time for everything, man. But anyways, man, thank you guys for tuning in to this one. I'm out of here, man. I gotta ghost. Take care, guys.